Gotta make sure we got the right one. Count 18.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We'll have to redact that. Count 18 be dismissed.
And Judge, we would ask the defense not to try to elicit any testimony in regards to that without putting on proof for evidence as well in regards to that count.
That's why it's dismissed.
Well, any statements that might have been made in that regard would, of course, be our position would be hearsay without Ms. Boswell testifying. So.
Mr. Scott, before you do elicit any statements that relates to count 18, let's have a jury out, or at least a bench conference before we. Now, with regard to count 19, there's a note on here from the clerk's office. Is that code section correct? Let's say, should it be 312 instead of 314?
Judge, it should be 312, and we would move to amend that.
Any objection, Mr. Scott?
No.
I guess I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna give this to you. At some point, I'll have to ruin it.
Good morning, my beautifuls. Good morning, my beautifuls. Hey, sis, how you doing, girl? Hi, Charlotte. Hey, Mercy. Hey, girl. Hey. Yes. Hit that like button. So, peoples, guess what? They're taking down my videos of Wade again on TikTok. The pictures of him, those screenshots of him turning on his tablet every time he uses it. That video, I didn't even talk in it. I just made a video within the pictures with music. They succeeded in getting that taken down, you guys. I'm not freaking kidding you. And let me tell you something. I emailed TikTok because I appealed it and I lost it. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? What is going on here? It's for hate behavior. No, it's hate behavior. Not harassing. It's my behavior. What behavior? I didn't even make a comment, remark, nothing. TikTok, you can kiss my you-know-what. But yeah, I just, you guys, I can't believe this BS. So anything to do with Wade Wilson is going to be no longer on TikTok and probably not on YouTube. Maybe just a phone call, is that it? Otherwise, I'm going to have to resort to just Facebook and Patreon. Because they can't do nothing to me there. This is crazy. Just very unfair. Because you want to know why? I don't go bothering them. I don't go in their comment sections. Anything like that. You know what I mean? I may do a little meme here and there, right? Or if I see that, you're harassing somebody, I may, put your name in a video or something, right? Not your legal name or anything like that, because I don't play like that, because that's very unresponsible of me as a creator. And yeah, a slide show of pictures. It was taken down, you guys. I'm not fucking kidding. I'm not effing kidding. I mean, I'm not. I need to vent. I need to vent, people. This ain't fair. And they think it's all funny too. You know what? I know their little secret. I know their little secret chat, people, and I'm keeping an eye on it. And I'm seeing everybody they're talking about on the internet, and I'm letting them know they're coming after you next. That's right, because that's what I do as a fellow creator. Because this is wrong. Because I know I wasn't breaking any TOSs. It is. Hey, they took my whole channel, whole complete channel. Poof, gone. 6 years, hard work. Poof, gone. I bet they think it's funny too. So he ain't worth it, okay? But what is worth it? Exposing people and letting people know what's really going on here, right? And they're not going to take my voice from me. That I will not let happen. Nope. Well, what are they going to do? I know. They made a picture of me, you guys, and they put wig tattoos on my face. Yeah. They can do stuff like that though. And that's okay with music. How is that not harassing? Okay? I don't care. I thought it was funny actually. It was funny. I'm sorry. It was funny. Yeah. Let's see what's going on in this courtroom. It is, and I don't understand how this keeps happening because I know I'm not breaking any fucking any TOSs. I'm not. That's why I'm blown away at how this could happen. So yeah, don't worry, people. I'm in the background of this certain group, and I'm keeping my eye open, and I'm watching everything they're talking about, every little thing. Any creator they've been talking about, I screenshot it and I send it to the creator, so they don't have to go through what I'm going through. That's how I work, and I've been doing this for months. I mean, like, okay, let them be stupid like that. They want to take everybody down that's talking about him in a bad light. Oh, they're talking about their precious Wade. Oh my God. Did you hear they said that? Did you hear what that snake said? This is what they're doing. But they're using colorful language, and I'm trying to be very careful here. Okay, let's say they shut us all up, right? Us creators, especially the ones that are getting information. They ain't going to they're not going to hold on a minute. I gotta show you guys something, as a matter of fact. Where are they going to get their information about their precious Wade? If they're trying to take all of us YouTubers down, where are you going to get your information? Explain that to me. Listen up. Hold on a minute. So yeah, I'm working undercover because I'm good at what I do, and I'm keeping an eye on them. Why? Because they're taking down YouTubers. That's why. We don't like what she said. We don't like her tone. We don't like that. Oh yeah, they talk about him bad too. They're going to get their karma. I can't believe the stuff I'm reading. You know what? I'm documenting, okay? I am documenting. One thing I ain't doing though, I'm not going into anybody's personal life like that, okay? I'm not giving anybody's real names. I'm not showing anybody's phone numbers. Think about that, Brazil. I know you're listening, Brazil. I got numbers. However, I would never do that. But just remember, I got numbers. Anything I have gotten, public record, I have did my best to redact, a lot of redacting. Hi, Amanda. They're not, you know what? They don't like me, period. I'm telling you, I'm mad at TikTok. I emailed TikTok. I said, this is a bunch of crap. This shouldn't even happened because there's nothing of hate within this video behavior at all. How is a slideshow of pictures with music hateful behavior? Even the title wasn't hateful. I made no hateful remarks. So shut the F up. Because now, well, then before last night, I even watch what I say in my title. I wasn't even titling stuff. I was just hashtagging. All right. I don't know how they're allowed to do this. It makes no freaking sense. I can tell you that much. And keep it up. Keep it up, Wade wives. Keep it up. Keep it up. That's all I got to say. Keep it up. What you're doing is wrong. You coming after people like you are. I see what you guys are doing. I'm keeping track of everything you guys are doing in that one group. I know who you're talking about. I can read your other language. I can translate it. I know everything you guys are doing. Yeah, it don't make no sense, man. It don't make no sense. Again. Good. And I think they're still together, by the way. But I will find out. So they think that I'm going to be nice. They think that the stuff that we get from FOIA, even with his bad behavior, is all doctored up. How? How? You know what's doctored up? Stuff that we redacted. That's what's up. Ding dongs. Hi, how are you, Bea? Oh, I got some choice words, believe me. I'm like, no. I know I'm not doing nothing wrong. I know I'm not breaking no TOS, but I guess it depends on what day it is because there's going to be there's going to be something else, not just harassing and bullying. Okay, not just those two words. You got to read into it deeper because if you use hateful behavior towards it, okay, if it's hateful behavior or your tone people, how can that be? You know what? I'm not going to be boring and I'm not going to sit there and talk like this because that ain't me, guys. No, I'm not going to do that. Guys, I'm going to do this because this is what I do. Okay? Hi, Angel. How you doing? And we got baby Evelyn. Hold on a minute. Let me show that precious little baby. Hold on. I'm going to show the baby. There we go.
Don't forget, we're all going to a concert.
Evelyn. Hi. Mwah. Mwah.
There's that sweet little baby girl. Yes. Hold on. There's that sweet little. That's right. And I'm loud this morning because that's just me, people. That's just me. Ask my family. I'm loud and I'm proud. Good morning, everyone. I'm getting the kiddo off to school a bit late today. I hope you're doing okay, sis. I know, and she's just a precious little girl. She's so sweet. So, okay, my creator YouTubers, don't worry. Since I'm the one that keeps getting hit right away, and I don't understand why, I'm keeping an eye open for everybody and sending them everything that pertains to them from this group. Keep it up, Brazil. Keep it up, Brazil. And that's all I got to say. Because you know what? Listen up. Oh, we got a commercial. I'm sorry. Hold on, people. Hold up. We can't be having that. No. Let me fix it. Let me fix it. No commercials. What are they doing in this courtroom? What are they even doing in this courtroom, people? Oh, yeah. I was going to show you guys. Hold on a minute. I got to pull it up. Hold on. I know, right? I've been waiting for this trial for 5 years. Now, if I had my other channel, people could see how we reported on this little baby. I had every video, everything from every search, every interview. I had it all. I had it all, people. Jury selection was yesterday. Oh, yes, it is, ma'am. Yes. Okay, I'm going to show you guys something because these people are goofy. This is what they're doing yesterday. I don't know who's doing it, but you know me. Um, got to quit with the rumors. This is what was posted yesterday. I wish it would hurry up. Oh shit, it won't go. What's going on here? There we go. So there was somebody posted. Oh shoot, what's going on? It ain't working? Come on now. Hold on a minute. No. Nope. Hold on. Let me get to it. It's not me, it's StreamYard. I'm having problems with StreamYard. I'm trying to get you guys this stuff here. Hold on a minute. Hold on. We're going to get it. We are. We'll get it. Okay, this was put in a group. And oh my God, you should have seen it. Breaking, convicted murderer Wade Wilson found dead in prison. Still authorities suspicion of foul play. So, hold on, let me read this to you people. Here, let me mute the courtroom. Hold on. This is the craziest thing ever. This is how weird they go. They were all having a meltdown. They were having a meltdown from this quote unquote fake newspaper article. Hold on a minute. Hold on. I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me, people? Anybody? Here, let me check my phone. Okay, I can hear myself. We're good. All right. So this newspaper article says February 4th, 2025, in a shocking turn of events, Wade Wilson, the notorious convicted unaliver, known for his violent crimes and chilling history, was found unresponsive in his cell early morning. According to prison officials, Wilson was discovered by prison guards during a routine check around 4:30 p.m. Wilson was being held at the Florida Death Row and Union Correctional Institute in Relford, about 45 miles southwest of Jacksonville. Wilson's reputation as a master manipulator and a dangerous individual made him one of the most infamous prisoners in the United States. Wilson was sentenced to death in 2024 in the first degree unalive of Christian, Florida. Investigators have stated that they are working with forensic experts to determine the exact cause of death and will conduct a thorough autopsy. Initial reports suggest there were signs of trauma to Wilson's body, but more details are expected to emerge. Can you believe that? Can you believe that someone posted this article, right? They were having meltdowns in the group, you guys. They were having meltdowns off of these lies. They were losing their effing minds. Yes, they were. They were losing their minds, people. They were. They were. And the thing about it is, I think it was somebody in that group actually maybe messing with them, right? Because you know how we date things like, 2/5/2025? No, it was backwards. It was, how they do everything backwards of us. That's what it was, the date. I'm like, oh God, you guys are dumb. Because, and I say that because they put in that chat, they're like, where did you get that? And, whatever. And she's like, it's from the newspaper company in Florida. I'm like, you dummy. No, it's not. You're such a liar. Somebody over there did it in another country. Come on now. The whole internet would have been all over it. No, these people are weird. I said, think about this. Think about these women that are actually in love with him. I mean, it's sick, people. Some of the stuff you read is like, these women, they got to be dangerous, just as dangerous as him. Okay? There's something not right upstairs. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. Oh, we got something going on here. Okay, I think I'm done for now ranting. Having a mini rant, you guys. Mini rant. That's right.
You guys can be seated. The jury remains standing. Be sworn, please. Gary, I want to use that chair back there.
Okay.
Yours, and you can just sit in the roller chair down here on the flat. It can stay up there while they're moving the furniture. Julie, just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues to be joined between the state of Tennessee and the defendant and true verdict rendered thereto according to law and evidence, so help you God? Be seated. Can everybody hear me? Can y'all hear me okay? Yes. All right. Before we begin the trial, I would like to tell you a little bit about what will happen during the course of the proceedings. I want to describe basically how the trial will be conducted and what the attorneys, jurors, and judge will be doing over the course of the trial. At the end of the trial, I will give you more detailed instructions on how you are to go about reaching a decision But now I simply want to explain how the trial will proceed. The defendant has been charged by the state of Tennessee with a violation of state law. The document containing the charge is referred to as a presentment. A presentment is the formal accusation charging a defendant with a crime and is not evidence of anything. The defendant has pled not guilty to the charges. She is presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you unless, after hearing all of the evidence, attorney's arguments, and instructions of law, the 12 jurors seated in this case unanimously find the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The first step in the trial will be the attorney's opening statements. The state will tell you about the evidence it intends to present so that you will have an idea of what the state's case is about. This opening statement is not evidence. Its only purpose is to help you understand what the evidence will be and what the state will attempt to prove. After the state's opening statement, an attorney for the defendant may make an opening statement if he should so choose. Again, statements of attorneys are not evidence. Next will be the state's case in chief, in which the state will present its evidence. The evidence in the case will most likely consist of physical exhibits, documents, and the testimony of witnesses. The witnesses will testify by answering questions asked by the attorneys. After the state completes its case in chief, the defense will be given an opportunity to present evidence through witnesses and exhibits. A defendant is not required to put on any evidence or to testify. The burden is always on the state to convince you that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If the defense does present proof, the state may then put on what is known as rebuttal proof. After you have heard all of the evidence, I will instruct you about the rules of law that you are to use in reaching your verdict. The final part of the trial occurs when the state and defense may present final arguments. I previously told you that opening statements by the attorneys are not evidence. Likewise, closing arguments are not evidence. In closing arguments, the parties will attempt to summarize their cases and help you understand the evidence that was presented. After you hear my instructions and the parties' closing arguments, I will select and excuse the alternate jurors, and the final 12 jurors will leave the courtroom together as a group. You will then begin your deliberations to make a decision in the case. Your deliberations will be secret, and you will not be required to explain your verdict to anyone. Now that I have described in outline form the trial itself, let me explain the functions that you and I will perform during the trial. I will decide which rules of law apply to the case. My decision will be reflected in my responses to questions and objections the attorneys raised during the trial, as well as in my final jury instruction. It is your job to determine what the facts are from the evidence. You must then apply the law in my instructions to the facts, and from that application, you'll arrive at a verdict. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden remains on the state throughout the entire case. Keep in mind that the defendant is presumed to be innocent of the charges against her. Thus, the defendant is not required to prove her innocence, to have her attorneys make any statements or arguments, or to produce any evidence. Reasonable doubt is that doubt engendered by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. A conviction cannot be based on conjecture, suspicion, or mere belief that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged. Reasonable doubt is a high burden, but it does not mean proof with absolute certainty. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of the offense. Reasonable doubt does not mean a captious, possible, or imaginary doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a whim, it is not speculation or suspicion, it is not an excuse to avoid the performance of an unpleasant duty, and it is not sympathy. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based on reason and common sense after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in this case. You, as jurors, must decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed the crime charged in the presentment. You must consider the evidence in each count separately. You must base that decision only on the evidence in the case and my instructions about the law. An important part of your job will be making judgments about the testimony of the witnesses who testify. You should decide whether you believe what each person says and the importance of his or her testimony. In making that decision, I suggest you ask yourself a few questions. Did the person impress you as honest? Did he or she have any particular reason not to tell the truth? Did he or she have a personal interest in the outcome of the case? Did the witness seem to have a memory of the events he or she testified about? Did the witness have the opportunity and ability to observe accurately the things he or she testified about? Did he or she appear to understand the questions clearly and answer them directly? Did a witness's testimony differ from the testimony of other witnesses? These are a few of the considerations that will help you determine the accuracy of each witness's testimony. In making up your mind and reaching a verdict, do not base any decisions on the fact that there were more witnesses on one side than on the other. Likewise, do not reach a conclusion on a particular point just because more witnesses testified for one side on that point. Your job is to think about the testimony of each witness you heard and decide the facts. Some of you have probably heard the term circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. These are the two basic types of evidence that exist in law. Direct evidence is direct proof of the facts, such as the testimony of an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts from which you may infer or conclude that other facts exist. I will give you further instructions on these as well as other matters at the end of the case. Keep in mind that you may consider both kinds of evidence which are considered to be of equal value in the law. The court will not provide you with a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial. Therefore, you must listen very carefully to the testimony. Each of you will be allowed to take notes during the trial for your own use during your deliberations. You are not required to take notes. Independent memory can be as accurate as written notes. You will be provided with paper and pen if you decide to take notes. During the course of the trial, you should not talk with any witness, defendant, or attorney involved in this case. Please do not talk with them about any subject whatsoever. You may see them in the hallway or at some other location. If you do, perhaps the best standing rule is not to say anything. You also should not discuss this case among yourselves until I instruct you on the law and you start deliberating at the end of the case. It is important that you wait until all the evidence is received and you have heard all of my instructions on the rules of law before you deliberate among yourselves. During the course of the trial, you will receive all the evidence you may properly consider to decide the case. Because of this, you should not attempt to do any research on your own or gather any information on your own that you think might be helpful. Do not engage in any outside reading, visit any places mentioned in the case, or try to learn about the case outside of this courtroom in any other manner. I do not know, well, I do know. There will be media reports in the newspapers, on TV, or on the radio about this case. You are not permitted to read, watch, or listen to those reports. You, as jurors, must base your decision solely on the evidence you hear in the courtroom. At times during the trial, an attorney may make an objection to a question that is asked by another attorney or to an answer that a witness gives. This simply means the attorney is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection was made or from my ruling on that objection. My rulings only relate to the legal questions that I must determine and should not influence your thinking. If I sustain an objection to a question, the witness will not be permitted to answer the question. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been had the witness been permitted to give it. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement that was made, you should put that statement out of your mind and you may not refer to that statement in your later deliberations. You may not ask questions. It is the responsibility of the attorneys to present the evidence. You must decide the case on the evidence presented to you. However, during the course of the trial, I may ask a question or two of the witness. If I do, that does not indicate that I have any opinion about the facts in the case or that I have any opinion with respect to that witness's credibility. Finally, during the course of the trial, I may have to interrupt the proceedings to confer with the attorneys about the rules of law which should apply. In some cases, we may have bench conferences in the courtroom outside of your hearing, and in some instances, I may ask you to retire to the jury room while we discuss the matter out of your presence. I ask your patience because these interruptions are necessary points in the trial where we have to resolve legal issues. If, after your deliberations, you find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder, we will then proceed to a sentencing, and you will set the punishment. If, after your deliberations, you find the defendant guilty of any other offense or offenses, the court will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. The jury will not be involved in setting the punishment in those offenses. This completes my opening comments to you. We will now proceed with the reading of the presentment. General.
Thank you, Judge. Presentment, case number S-72-869, State of Tennessee, County of Sullivan. Criminal court charge, first-degree murder, count 1. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Evelyn May Boswell, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-13-202A1, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, felony murder, count 2. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully and feloniously kill Evelyn May Boswell, a human and being, said killing being committed in the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate the felony crime of aggravated child abuse, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-13-202A2, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge felony murder, count 3. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully and feloniously kill Evelyn May Boswell, a human in being, said killing being committed in the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate the felony crime of aggravated child neglect, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-13-202A2, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge aggravated child abuse, count 4. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impounded and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, knowingly, and other than by accidental means, treat Evelyn May Boswell, date of birth November 21st, 2018, a child under 8 years of age, in such a manner as to inflict serious bodily injury, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-15-402, a Class A felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge aggravated child neglect, count 5. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, and knowingly neglect a child, Evelyn May Boswell, date of birth November 21st, 2018, a child 8 years of age or less, so as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare. And the act of neglect resulted in serious bodily injury to the child, Evelyn May Boswell. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-15-402, a Class A felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge tampering with evidence, count 6. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously alter, destroy, or conceal evidence with the intent to impair its availability, verity, or legibility as evidence in an investigation. The said Megan Boswell, knowing that an investigation was pending or in progress, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-503, a Class C felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge false report, count 7. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Tracy Haraz, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning Evelyn Boswell and the defendant's claim that her infant child was with the child's father, Ethan Perry, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 8. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detectives Michelle Gillum and Tracy Haraz, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged lack of knowledge of the whereabouts of her infant daughter and her alleged efforts to locate her daughter, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 9. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Lieutenant Steve Williams, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the alleged last physical contact that the defendant had with her infant daughter and Ethan Perry's alleged refusal to respond to her text and voicemails regarding her daughter following an argument with Ethan Perry about the custody arrangements concerning her daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 10. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Captain Joey Strickler, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged last physical contact with her infant daughter and the defendant's alleged lack of knowledge of the whereabouts of her infant daughter, even though she had concerns that her daughter was possibly injured. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 11. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath, present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 19th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Federal Bureau of Investigation agents Jeff Blanton and Todd Wilcox, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the alleged time frame of when the defendant gave her infant daughter to Ethan Perry to keep, since she could not handle her daughter anymore, and Ethan Perry's alleged threats to take the defendant to court to address the custody of their daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge false report, count 12. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Captain Joey Strickler, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false, and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged claim that she last saw her infant daughter in the custody of Ethan Perry on December 26, 2019, and that she had not contacted the police to report her missing child on the advice of Angela Boswell, the defendant's mother. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge false report, count 13. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, possibly having her infant daughter, but refusing to share with the defendant the location of her daughter and whether she had custody of the defendant's daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge false report, count 14. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having taken her infant daughter in mid-December of 2019 and refusing to tell the defendant of her daughter's location, and that she allegedly did not call the police to report her infant daughter missing out of fear that her mother, Angela Boswell, would harm Evelyn Boswell. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 15. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, having allegedly taken her infant daughter because Angela Boswell believed that the defendant owed her money, and that the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, had allegedly told her that Evelyn Boswell would not be returned to the defendant until the money was paid. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 16. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 21st, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning her mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having Evelyn Boswell at an unknown location, and that despite the efforts of the defendant to find her infant daughter, she allegedly did not know the whereabouts of her infant daughter and did not have any additional information to provide to law enforcement in their attempts to find the missing child. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 17. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 23rd, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Assistant Agent in Charge, Chris Wilhoit, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur, concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having given the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, to another person who Angela Boswell refused to name, and that her infant child was safe and would have a better life with the unknown person than with the defendant. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, abuse of a corpse, count 19. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously, and without legal privilege, physically mistreat a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-17-312, a Class E felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge: failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. Count 20. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously fail to report the death of her infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, to the county medical examiner, local police, district attorney general, or sheriff, where the death was from violence, trauma, or in any suspicious, unusual, or unnatural manner, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 38-7-108, a Class E felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. True bill was returned 22nd day of May 2024, and it's signed Sally Sierra, foreman of the grand jury.
Mr. Scott, how does Ms. Boswell plead to each count?
Defendant pleads not guilty in every count.
No, thank you, sir.
Approach.
General, you have opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Today we're going to talk about Evelyn Boswell for a few minutes. In 2019, Evelyn Boswell was a bright, growing little girl, full of life, healthy, learning to walk, learning to talk, doing all the things that a 12-month-old child would do. Which means today, 5 years later, Evelyn Boswell would be 6 years old. She would be possibly in kindergarten, learning to read, maybe taking her first ballet class or her first soccer game, learning to tie her shoes, all of the things that we think of that are firsts for 6-year-old children. But based upon the last 2 days of our jury selection, we all know that Evelyn Boswell is not going to do any of those things. We all know that all of that was taken away from her in December of 2019 by the defendant, Megan Boswell. And her life wasn't just cut short. It's not just a tragedy. Her life was violently ripped away from her. And we can all agree that it's a shock. It's a tragedy when a child dies. It's upsetting. It upsets all of us. You'll hear phrases like "gone too soon," "what a tragedy." A child has such a life ahead of them. And a lot of times it is a tragedy. And in this case, it's a tragedy too. But in this case, it was a preventable tragedy. There's so much more to this story that you are going to hear. Because Evelyn did not have to die. Evelyn could be here today. And so today, 5 years later, we are asking you to give justice to Evelyn Boswell. During this trial, you will learn that the one person, Evelyn's mother, Megan Boswell, who was entrusted more than anyone else to take care of her, to keep her safe, to protect her, that she failed her in the worst possible way. You will hear proof that the last time Evelyn Boswell was seen alive was December 6th, 2019. You're going to hear that date a few times during this trial. That is the last time that Evelyn Boswell was seen alive. And that was just a few weeks after her first birthday. And you're going to hear from many witnesses who saw Evelyn frequently, saw her all the time, family members, Megan Boswell's friends, that all of a sudden are like, where's Evelyn? Where's Evelyn? We're not seeing. They're concerned. And they would ask Megan Boswell about it. And every time Megan had an answer. Megan concocted a story. And I'm not going to tell you now what she said. You're going to hear that in the proof. But she told all kinds of different stories depending on the person that she was talking to. And you will hear from those witnesses today. But you will hear, or this week, but you will hear there was concern. You know, they knew Megan. They thought they knew Megan, I should say. And so they wanted to trust that what she was telling them was the truth. But it wasn't, it was not the truth. So after December, what happens next? We have Christmas, New Year's. Where's Evelyn? There is no Evelyn. You will not see any proof that Evelyn was seen at Christmas, New Year's. Then we jump to January. The entire month of January 2020, 31 days. Where's Evelyn? There's no Evelyn. People are really starting to get concerned. Megan Boswell continues to concoct stories of where Evelyn is to try to help people make sense so she can keep this going. The entire month of February 2020. Where's Evelyn? Again, at this point, family is really starting to get concerned that they have not seen Evelyn. And they're asking questions. Months pass. We're not talking about weeks. We are talking about over 2.5 months that Evelyn Boswell is missing. The defendant is not even just canceling her well visits. She's no-showing. She's just not showing up because she knows where Evelyn is. But again, even to the pediatrician's office, she has to concoct a story about forgetting the appointment maybe, or I got my days mixed up. Always a story. Always a story. So we know now, we did not know then, but we know now that from early December, Evelyn Boswell, even though it had not been reported by Megan Boswell, Evelyn Boswell was a missing child from early December until almost the end of February. She was a missing child. And the only person who knew that, the person who was entrusted to take care of her the most, is the only person who knew that Evelyn was actually missing. And she just left it unreported. Over 2 months later, finally, Megan Boswell's dad, Tommy Boswell, finally essentially puts an ultimatum down on his daughter and says, I'm tired of the stories. If you don't show me my grandchild by the next day, I'm essentially calling the police. Well, Megan knew she could not do that, and she did not do that. And Tommy Boswell finally was the one to report Evelyn missing on February 18th of 2020. Finally, law enforcement gets involved. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation gets involved. The FBI gets involved. All hands on deck to find this missing child. She's finally reported missing. But it's important to note that it was not Megan Boswell that reported her child missing. Megan Boswell never reported her child missing. So you're going to hear from December of 2019 until February of 2020, when it's finally reported, that the defendant's biggest believable story, that really is probably what kept the family from reporting earlier, is she was saying that Evelyn was with her father Ethan Perry. And you'll hear a lot about Ethan Perry, and you'll get to hear from Ethan Perry yourselves. Ethan Perry is actually not Evelyn's father, but Megan led him to believe that he was the father. And everyone, for all purposes, also believed Ethan Perry was the father. So to the family, they're like, well, that's good. He's stepping up. The father's stepping up. That's good. We're proud of him. And that is the story that Megan Boswell told mostly to her family, to her friends. You were going to hear a lot of testimony about her just telling everyone that Ethan Perry has gotten Evelyn. First, you'll hear that they're trading weeks, but doesn't make sense because people are still not seeing Evelyn. So then Megan took it one step further where he took her to court and got emergency custody, blaming her for something. And again, not true. There was never court. There were no documents. Juvenile court was never involved. It was just another story that Megan Boswell was telling because she knew where Evelyn was, and she had to keep perpetuating this lie. Interestingly enough, she didn't think it through completely because Ethan Perry at the time was in the Army in Louisiana. He lived in barracks, and I think we all understand and know that in the barracks, there's not going to be a toddler running around. But Megan Boswell, in perpetuating that story, she didn't care. She got the entire Army involved in this to go investigate this poor guy who was trying to serve our country in Louisiana, pulling him out of his duty. I can't imagine the chaos that caused, all because Megan Boswell wanted to perpetuate this lie. And Ethan Perry didn't even see Evelyn in December. You will hear that he came in to visit his grandparents on leave. He never saw Evelyn Boswell over Christmas or over December. We all know why now. But at the time, Megan again tells the story. Evelyn has the flu. She can't come. And you will hear the testimony that no one, not Ethan Perry or anyone else, saw Evelyn Boswell in December. The hard part. From early December of 2019 until later when her body was found, Evelyn was always in the same place. And Megan Boswell knew that. Megan Boswell knew that because she is the one that put Evelyn there. She placed Evelyn's body in a kitchen trash can, her own trash can from her home, from the trailer that she shared with Evelyn. And she hid that trash can in her own childhood playhouse on her father's property, a playhouse that you will see no one has been in for a very long time, and that it was Megan's. It was personal to Megan, not to anyone else. And you're going to hear that Evelyn was put into the trash can upside down is the best way to describe it, head down, in a bag of trash filled with food debris, broken eggs, her body just placed in there by the defendant. You will see that there was a blanket tightly wrapped around Evelyn's body, pulled up over her face, and quite a bit of aluminum foil then wrapped around her head. The blanket completely covering her face, the foil completely covering her head. Upside down in a trash can, still in her purple fleece onesie and diaper. And as terrible as it is to say, you are going to hear that she just wasn't placed in the trash can, but then another trash bag was placed on top of her. And that trash bag was shoved down into the trash can, compressing Evelyn into the trash can. That's what we're dealing with today. And you're going to hear proof that directly links only one person to this crime, this horrendous crime. You are going to hear that the only person linked to this crime is sitting at this table right here. You are going to hear it from many witnesses. You're going to hear all of the stories that she concocted, the lies that she told, and you're going to hear forensic evidence that links the defendant, Megan Boswell, and only the defendant, Megan Boswell, to this crime. One step further. This entire time, Evelyn is decaying, decomposing in this trash can, again, upside down and compressed. What is Megan Boswell doing? Is she mourning her child? Is she worried? Is she scared? What is she doing? What would a mother be doing? Well, it's not what Megan Boswell was doing. And you're going to hear that because Megan Boswell got a new boyfriend, and it conveniently happened at pretty much exactly the same time that Evelyn disappears. When no one sees Evelyn again, Megan Boswell has decided she's just going to, Evelyn just out of the head, and she's moving on with her life. And she is living her best life, and you will hear that. She has this new boyfriend who has money, or at least she thinks he has money, and she's going to have a better life for herself. Not her child, but for herself. You will hear that she takes trips. She's clearly falling in love. She moves out of the trailer that she was living in with her child and moves in with this guy within weeks into his home in a very nice neighborhood in Blunteville, Tennessee. You are going to hear testimony that Megan Boswell is taking trips to Gatlinburg, to Pigeon Forge, staying at Margaritaville Hotel, all while her child is upside down, decomposing in a trash can. You will never hear that Megan Boswell was upset, mourning her child, crying. All she does is continue to concoct lies to cover up what she did. Is that what a mother does? So you will hear that when Tommy Boswell reports, it's essentially all hands on deck with law enforcement. Immediately, law enforcement goes into action, and you are going to hear so much proof about how much effort went into finding this baby, how much time and hours worked by every law enforcement agency in North Carolina, East Tennessee, Middle Tennessee. Everyone putting their efforts into trying to find this little girl and just hoping to find her alive. So then Megan Boswell then, of course, comes clean, right? Once law enforcement's involved, because Megan knows where Evelyn is, so she's gonna tell law enforcement, right? The answer is no, and you probably can gather that by General Harper reading the indictment for about 40 minutes this morning. Megan Boswell continues to perpetuate her stories, concocting anything, blaming anyone else, Ethan Perry, for a day, 2 days. She continues that story of Ethan Perry. Then you'll hear she admits that's not true. So then she tries to blame her mom, her own mom. She decides to try to blame to try to get out of this because she knows this snowball is rolling down this hill and she's trying to stop it the best she can. Why is she doing that? It's because she knows that she brutally murdered her child and she's trying to cover it up. And maybe she had that hope that Evelyn would never be found. And even to this day, 5 years later, Evelyn would still be a missing child. The defense said something really interesting in jury selection yesterday afternoon that I want to touch on. He said to you, you only have one chance to get this right. Do you remember that? Then he said, Megan only has one chance to get this right. Do you remember that? I submit to you, Megan Boswell has already had her chance. She was gifted with a beautiful child, a healthy, vibrant little girl. Evelyn was perfect. Megan Boswell already had her chance. So today is Evelyn's chance. Today is our chance to get it right, not Megan's. Today's our chance to get it right for Evelyn. I know this is not easy for any of you. Thank you for serving. I promise you that this is not easy for any of us. It is not easy for any of us. But it's so important for us to be here today. You know you're going to see pictures that you don't want to see. You know you're going to hear things that you don't want to hear. But that's how we tell Evelyn's story. What she endured before her death, during her death, and even after her death. And where she had to sit for months while her mother continued to live her life as if Evelyn didn't exist. Ladies and gentlemen, at the close of this proof, we believe you will be left with no doubt at all, that the defendant, Megan Boswell, is guilty as charged in every count of the indictment. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Mr. Scott.
Morning. She's right about some things. And this is a terrible situation. There's a child, 13-month-old child, dead in a trash can. There's no getting around that.
Hold on just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you go to the officer.
Stand, please.
Uh-oh, what'd he say? Can't even hear the guy. Uh-oh. He said the child. He didn't even say Evelyn. Come on now.
Maybe see the thank you.
Who are you with?
Kingsport Timestamps.
All right. Are you the designated still photographer?
Yes, sir.
If that flash goes off again, you'll have 10 days in jail.
Sorry.
The order's very clear.
Yes, Your
There'll
Honor.
be no lights, there'll be no flash. That's disruptive to the jury. That's disruptive to the lawyers. That's disruptive to this process. And I'm not even kidding. If I see another light, whoever it comes from will immediately be held in criminal contempt of this court, taken to a jail for 10 days.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I have it on not flash on my settings.
Well,
I
it
need
went off because it was right in my face. Now, I got a feeling that one or two of them is going to take about, which is going to mean it's going to take us like 15 minutes to get started. So we'll take about 10 minutes.
Thank you. Court stands in recess.
Dang it, I want to see who did it. There we go. There's the guilty one. Somebody took pictures in there and the flash went off. I don't mean to laugh. I don't mean to laugh. But yeah, I just did. I did. I did. Yes, I did. Hold on a minute. Let me tell you that.
Don't forget, when we come back, we're all going to a concert called Spanish Edition.
Evelyn. Hi. Mm. Mwah. Mwah.
All right. So what's freaky about that? That's the trailer that they lived in. And then see, I have all the videos of everything, you guys. She took a picture of the courtroom and the flash went off. And I think the judge is just upset. So he goes, I want a break. Yes. But Megan's lawyer, it sounds like he's talking like he has his mouth full to me. Like he's got a bunch of maybe marbles in there even. Really hard to understand what he's saying. No embarrassing. No embarrassing. I would be embarrassed too, though. Let's see what's going on the internet. Anything good? No, not really. There's nothing going on. TikTok emailed me back, and I emailed them back again. We're trying to figure out, because I'm fighting this appeal. I lost the appeal, but I'm still fighting it because it is wrong. And do you Wade Wilson wives understand if us YouTubers, you keep doing this to us YouTubers, striking us and try to take down our stuff, do you realize you're not going to know what's going on with him? Okay? Notesy ones? I know you watching. Okay? All right. If we didn't hear from our kids, grandkids for a week, oh my God, I know, right? Prosecutor, Pinky, yes, yes. Oh, sorry. I'm going on a mini rant. But these people from other countries, they don't understand how our laws work, okay, and how transparent our legal system is. They don't understand it. But keep it up. Keep it up, wives. Keep it up. There won't be anything for you guys to know. My son was late coming home one night, and I called him. I don't mean to laugh, but you did? How old? How old was your son? I am so tired today. This is craziness. Oh. He was 13. Oh, that's an age. Yeah, that's an age. I'd be concerned. I predicted they'll be gone to 6 months. Not this crew. Not the Brazil crew. Oh, no, no, no. And even though they're the ones coming after people, okay, because of these pictures have got them all crazy in the head. But they're saying that we got karma coming to us. They curse us. What else? They really don't care for Melissa Jade. You know what they're doing and saying about her is pretty bad. I mean, the derogative names. And then one of them had the nerve to leave a bunch of comments under one of my videos and saying how disrespectful and mean I am to Wade. But then I'm looking at how they're talking about us on the internet, and I'm like, wait a minute. They are reporting us YouTubers, and they're reporting me on TikTok. They got my video taken down of a slideshow of pictures of Wade. Of Wade. Do they realize what they're doing? I mean, first you got Jesse and Kelly with an I, right? Taking people down. Now you got the Wade wives all crazy about pictures from the tablet, which is public information, little girls. Yes, she is. What they're doing, they're mass reporting and they don't use their name. And that's a bunch of BS. Those pictures are real, whether the tablet took weird photos or not. It's not our fault. It's public record. That's right. They don't, but so now what they're saying, okay, the pictures are real, but now they're doctored. Yeah. Yep, it's the last one I'm going to follow. And I said that to people 3 years ago. I'm like, nope, I can't do no more kids. I can't do no more kids. Yeah. They don't care what they are doing. They have no morals. They are sitting here back in a convicted unaliver. The reporting is insane. And the thing about it is, how? How are they getting away with all this? If they look at anything, okay, like if they really, really look into anything, they're going to see, because they don't use their real freaking names, of course, that everything has to do with the Wade Wilson case. I never had anything like this happen in my whole 6 years covering true crime. Ever. Hi. Well, thank you. You are awesome. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. That's awesome. Thank you. You should have to have a valid email to file a complaint. Not on if you do like a community guideline, like on YouTube, you don't have to. They if you get mass flagged, they just take it down. What's even getting more ridiculous, Tasha, is that the new rules, like they'll say harassment and bullying, right? But if you look at the details, it also includes ideologies, behavior, your tone, and how you report it. Well, you know what? That's what I'm ready to do. I mean, I won't want it done to me. But like the Brazil people, you wives, you know I have phone numbers. Okay? That's all I'm gonna say. Not saying I'm gonna do anything, but I got your phone numbers. No. There ain't many people in that courtroom. Holy crap. Oh, they're looking at that lady that took a picture. So when you take a download original photo and upload it to another device that does use the same exact software, it will probably reduce the quality. Yeah. Yeah, the pixels change. That is so nice. Yeah. So yeah, people. So no longer am I going to do Wade Wilson on TikTok because they are stupid. Um, and I say that respectfully. And so probably just on Patreon, members only. I think I can get away with members only. Certain things. Yeah, certain things. And the stuff when I really, really want to come unglued, we'll do on Patreon. But Facebook can get away with anything. Well, look at him. You got to keep in mind of what he looked like. He was just in a courtroom for a few days. There ain't nothing hot about him. Even if you mind your own business, like I have, I don't go to anybody's channel on there. Well, every now and then, like something will pop up in my feed, and I'll go like their video, right? But otherwise, I don't sit there and go to these people's channels. I don't do that and sit there and report their stuff. How stupid is that? I'm going to report you. Oh my god, you're talking about my weight. Craziness. Please show the lady that was taking pictures. I wonder if it was a YouTuber. Right? Right? I think about that. Wait till you see him in 2 years at a field trial. Nothing's going to happen. I think, allegedly, I'm not sure, he's on death row. So I wonder how the appeals process works for that in the state of Florida. I mean, how many years? You know what I mean? There was a parole hearing I just watched. This person wasn't okay. You get the main one right within 30 days. You know, you file, but he wasn't able to get his first parole hearing until he did 27 years. You know what he did? You want to know what he did? Unalived his whole family with an axe. Sure did. And they're gonna let him go. And they're gonna let him go. He got paroled. Yep. I know, right? Okay, this is a long break. This ain't no short break. I'm impatient here. See? I'm impatient. I know. I've been watching like parole hearings and like violations. I do more than, Wade Wilson. People don't realize what I do, behind the scenes and at home. But there was a guy that got paroled. He has been in RSO since 2006. That's when he started messing with little kids. He even said during his parole hearing that I can't promise I won't do it again. Well, he's in this country illegally. This is before Trump took office, like a week prior, 2 weeks prior, and they let him go because they didn't want ICE to let ICE take him. I'm not kidding you. Actually, here we go. Hold on a minute. Hold on. I actually went live about this. Let's see. Where, and I also think I just uploaded him. There we go, right here. So if you guys want to watch his parole hearing, here you go. They talked about ICE and letting him go.
All right. Whoever's muting the Zoom, stop it. I'll be in charge of muting the Zoom.
Oh, she really made the judge mad stink. Holy crap.
One stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, apologize for the courageous. And I just want you to know that wasn't the fault of any of the lawyers or the parties. It was just a procedural issue I had to take care of. Okay? Now, Mr. Scott, I believe you were about to begin your opening statement.
Don't really know where I was at.
Just start over.
I was. That was the first line. I don't really know where I was at, but when I averages Ms. Massey, she's right about a lot of things. I mean, there's not a person in this courtroom that wants to be here discussing a dead child. Nobody. Not you all, not me. But the state asks you to convict Megan Boswell of first-degree murder. It's very interesting what they've done. They've asked you to convict Megan Boswell of first-degree murder in 3 different ways. They've asked you to find that it's a premeditated and intentional killing of her child. And then they're asking you to find that it's a murder that is perpetrated as part of child abuse. And then they're saying, well, if it's not that, surely it's because of child neglect. That's a problem. The state's theory is reasonable doubt in and of itself. They don't know what happened. They don't know how that child died, and they can't prove how that child died. I expect you will hear from a couple of different medical examiners who come to somewhat the same conclusion, but one medical examiner, I think you'll hear from her, and she has a very interesting theory. But I would suggest to you that her theory is flawed, and the proof will show you why it's flawed. Just like yesterday I was talking about in Vordaer, I think I asked a couple of you about the scientific method. And if you put in incorrect data, would you get incorrect results? And you will, if it's data significance. The state asks you, I anticipate this medical examiner, based on her testimony in another hearing, is going to say that this child was alive when it's placed in a trash can. But then again, the state says Megan's guilty of abuse of a corpse. Those theories are not consistent. They're not consistent with this. What the state hasn't talked to you about is the possibility of what if this was accidental? What if Megan or Hunter Wood rolled over on that child in the bed. And I find this unreasonable, honestly. I find it unreasonable that you roll over on your child in the bed and you don't call 911. And I'm 49 years old. I practiced law for close to 25 years. Mr. Harper talked about yesterday how your life experiences are different. Well, mine are certainly different than Megan's. When this child died, she was 18 years old. Now, you heard about what a great father Tommy Boswell was, how involved he was. What you didn't hear is Megan had that child because while she was in foster care. That's how involved Tommy Boswell was. She was in foster care when she had the child. I think you'll hear a lot in this trial about how she came up. And I like to tell people, and I do tell people, I've never had a hard day in my life. I've never went hungry. I've never not had a place to live. I've never fought a war, and I've never lost a child. And I can't put myself in the position of someone who has lost a child. But that's what I'm going to ask you to do. Put yourself in Megan Boswell's position. She's 18 years old. She's got an older boyfriend. We expect the proof will be that he tells her, don't involve me with this. I don't want to be involved. Because they're scared they're going to get charged with something. That's going to be the proof in this case. And my reaction and your reaction would be different. I would certainly call 911. But I'm not 18 years old. And sometimes I think back to myself and I say, I would have called 911 at 18 years old. And I probably would. But I know a lot of people at 18 years old that wouldn't. Their life experience is different. Their maturity is different. If any of you have kids, some of you probably know that. Now, I want to talk to you about about the indictment itself. We entered a not guilty plea to each and every count, and we persisted in that. But that probably seems disingenuous to some of you all about certain things, and I want to explain why. Counts 7 through 17 charge false report. And to find a false report, they have alleged that she has acted with the intent to obstruct or hinder an officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring. Well, the case of the death of her daughter, the death had already occurred, which she gave those statements. So it's not to hinder an officer in preventing the offense now, or from continuing to occur. That's the first thing. So you have to determine, is she criminally responsible? Did she lie to the police? She absolutely lied to the police. I'm not contesting that. Some of the stuff she said, again, are an 18-year-old girl scared to death, talking to a TBI agent, talking to a police officer, and trying to explain this. She doesn't want to get in trouble. It doesn't mean she murdered her child. It doesn't mean she killed her child. What it means is that's her perception that she's going to get in trouble for this. And despite all the assertions to the contrary by the state, this is a trial, and I want to choose my words carefully. Ms. Massengill talks about Evelyn. How to get this right for Evelyn. Get justice for Evelyn. And I want you to hear me out before you judge my statement. There's nothing you all are going to do that's going to change anything. not a thing. The child, no. Your job here today, and in the coming days and weeks, is to decide whether Megan's actions are criminal, or whether they're not criminal. I'm not asking you to find her innocent of anything, because that's not your function. Your job is to determine whether the state can prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty that she committed each and every element of the offenses charged. And you're not going to be able to do that. Their theories are absolutely inconsistent. Premeditated murder, oh, well, if we can't prove that, maybe we'll get her by neglect. And I would suggest to you that the investigation into this case, once it focused on Megan Boswell, it focused on Megan Boswell. You'll see what little investigation there was into Hunter Wood, the boyfriend they talked about. Who, it's like he's out of the picture. It's just Megan that did this. Well, we expect the proof will show you that he was involved with it, that he placed that baby there, that he had access to that property. That he'd been a lifelong friend of Megan's brother, Tommy Boswell Jr., who goes by Mikey. He knew where that stuff was. Now, there are other things about the body and how it was found that will come out in the proof. I'll bring those to your attention later. But they will show you that baby wasn't placed in that trash can dead. They will indicate to you that baby was probably moved. Also, I want to touch again on the Smasher Gill's talk about Tommy Boswell. Tommy Boswell just had an epiphany. Well, he had an epiphany after they searched his property over and over, after they had run a cadaver dog by that building where the baby was that didn't hit on it. Then one day he'll just pick up the phone and say, hey, I just got to thinking, Megan had this playhouse down here. Maybe you should come and search it. The cadaver dog didn't hit. Seems strange that the TBI searches your property and you would say, search all the buildings. Look at the playhouse. Why? Why do you have an epiphany days later? I bet I know where the child is. You'll hear from him. You'll hear him explain it. You can make your determination if you believe it. But ultimately, your task was determining whether Megan killed that child. The child could have died of sudden death syndrome. It's an upper range of sudden death syndrome, but it's still there. And that child, I think that child's date of birth is middle of November. So when we say a 13-month-old child, the child was barely 13 months. Could have died from that. It could have died from somewhere wrong over, as they believe. Just negative. And certainly, disposing of that body the way it's disposed of is not excusable. It doesn't excuse anything. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't mean she's murdered. It doesn't mean that. I want to talk to you about the last count that we pled not guilty to on abuse or failure to report a suspicious death. And as indicted, the state chose to indict that where the death was from violence, trauma, or any suspicious or unusual or unnatural manner. Now, I can't deny she didn't report it. She didn't report it. There's no denying that. But what I would tell you is what that indictment leaves out is a key part of that statute. And had it included that, I would have pled guilty, had her plead guilty to that. And that talks about where the unexpected death of a child that's good health, or sudden infant death sentence. Had that have been included, should have stood up and said, I'm guilty of that, I did that. But it's not included because the indictment wants to make it that she committed a violent offense against the child. Lying to the police, improper disposal of the body, or whatever part she played in that, doesn't mean she murdered the child. It means she was an 18-year-old girl with pain. That's what you have to think about when you hear this proof. That's all I've got to say to you. I thank you for your time and attention. I know I'll probably cross-examine you. A lot of you fairly hard the other day. And I mean no disrespect by that. I just want you to know the jury selection process. I did that because we have to have jurors that, make sure that you can be against you. That's the only reason. I mean, absolutely no disrespect. If I'm hard on you, I apologize for that, but I don't apologize for standing up for me.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. General 21st witness.
State would call Agent Brian Fraley.
Raise your right hand, please, forward, please. State your name.
Brian Fraley.
Okay, I'm saying it, people. I got my public record request from the Florida Department of Corrections today. Okay.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir, I do.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
If you would introduce yourself to the jury, please.
Good morning. My name is Brian Fraley, and I'm a special agent with Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Agent Fraley, how long have you been with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
19 years.
What is your current position or assignment there?
Senior special agent out of the Johnson City office, assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division.
Agent Fraley, were you called upon to assist in the investigation into the disappearance and subsequently the death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And do you remember when that was that you were called out to assist in that?
Yes, sir. It was February 19th of 2020.
Okay. And what was your role when you first got called out?
Myself and other agents were called to assist Special Agent Brian Pritchard. He had been called to Sullivan County to assist Sullivan County Sheriff's Department on an Amber Alert on the 18th the previous day.
Okay. And so when you were first called out, this investigation was in regards to a missing child. Is that correct?
That's correct. Special Agent Pritchard had been contacted on a missing person case that involved Evelyn Boswell. Tennessee Bureau of Investigation is the only state agency that can actually issue Amber Alerts. We were informed that the initial complaint by a family member, being the grandfather of Evelyn, was Tommy Boswell through Department of Children's Services, also known as DCS. who had contacted the referral to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department. Sullivan County Sheriff's Department got that referral, contacted us, and Special Agent Pritchard responded after going through a checklist that is required. Instead of just a regular missing person or missing child case, certain things have to be checked off or validated in order to issue a full-blown Amber Alert.
And Agent Fraley, I know you work for the TBI. Were there other law enforcement agencies that were involved in this investigation?
Yes, sir. Once it went to a full Amber Alert, which is probably our highest priority at TBI, the FBI was called. Obviously, Sullivan County Sheriff's Department investigators were already involved along with Agent Pritchard. But once we were involved, we have a specific team just for Amber Alert cases out of Nashville that also involve other agents and intelligence analysts. The FBI has a specialized team of trained agents called a CART team, and that's a child abduction response team. And these agents are experts in child abduction, Amber Alert type cases. So within hours of the Amber Alert being issued and certified, there was approximately 40 to 50 FBI, TBI, Sullivan County investigators, and intelligence analysts assigned to this case.
So a number of agents across a number of agencies, all out there, essentially, at least initially, looking for a missing child. Is that a
Yes,
fair
sir.
statement?
That's
Okay.
correct.
All right. And so over the first couple of days of your investigation, did you participate in or were you aware of interviews that were done with the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir. Megan Boswell provided statements to a numerous amount of investigators early on, including me.
And would it be a fair statement to say that she gave you multiple different versions about what had happened and where her child might be located?
Yes, sir. Repeated stories that we tracked down that turned out to be lies. We're
Objection, Your Honor. No, that's speculation.
As to the word lies, it's kind of-
may I continue?
Yes.
Just different statements that she had provided that turned out to be leads that we tracked down over the course of several days and several weeks.
All right. And I guess let me ask you this way, Agent Fraley. Okay, I'm sorry. Were you all ever able to locate Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, we were.
All right. And was that as a result of information? Well, I guess go ahead and tell me how it was that you were able to.
So on March 6th, which this is fast forwarding 17 days since I was brought in with other investigators, 18 days since the initial report on February 18th, we'd been working around the clock. And like I said, there was 40 to 50 of us working, and a phone call was received by Tommy Boswell. Tommy Boswell had called in. And March 6th, 2020 was a Friday. And we had worked, like I said, 18 days. And we had come to a point in the investigation where we had decided we need a break. We had exhausted a lot of resources, time, and we were at a place where we didn't feel we should go on at that time. We should take a break, and it was a good pause point, if you will. So on the afternoon of March 6th, again, it was a Friday, the plan was the investigators to go home, reset physically and mentally. We were exhausted, and try to just get a sense of normalcy, if you will, over the weekend and come back Monday. If anything would have come up, we would have responded. But in late afternoon on the March 6th, on the Friday, Tommy Boswell called in. So we agreed, the four of us, myself, Special Agent Gratz, who's also another TBI agent, investigator Tracy Raz, who is a Sullivan County detective at the time, and investigator Michelle Gillum, who was an investigator at the time. We'd been working together for those weeks. we decided, let me back up. Mr. Boswell reported that he wasn't sure if there was a storage.
Objection is what Mr. Boswell says.
Well, Judge, I'm not offering further.
Okay. Thank you so much, Melinda. That is so sweet. I agree with you. I am over here already. Okay? None whatsoever. I say that respectfully, people. I do. I really do.
Sustained.
Agent Fraley, as a result of the call that you got, and let's step back a little bit. Tommy Boswell is the defendant's father. Is that correct?
Yes, Megan's father and Evelyn's grandfather.
All right. As a result of the phone call that you received from Mr. Boswell, what did you all do next?
We went to Mr. Boswell property located on Muddy Creek to conduct a search there.
All right. And is that property located in Sullivan County?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I think it's 539
All right.
Muddy Creek Road.
All right. Agent Fraley, in the course of your investigation while you were out there, did you create a sketch or diagram of the Boswell property?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. If I could, I'm going to hand you a document, ask you if you can identify what's shown.
Excuse me. This is a hand-drawn document. It's a sketch of like an aerial view of the property there at Mr. Boswell's at 539 Muddy Creek Road, Bluntville, Tennessee.
All right. And does that diagram accurately show the layout or the placements of various sheds, outbuildings, trailers, roadways there on the property?
Yes, sir, it does.
All right. Judge, we would move to make that exhibit number 6.
Any objections?
No, sir.
Before exhibit 6.
And if we could, I'd like to publish that to the jury.
Are you gonna use the yellow thing?
Well, and Judge, Agent Fraley may need to step down. I don't know if he can. I may need him to step down for the witness. I don't know if he can. If I could hand him a laser pointer.
Okay. He needs to, that's fine. As long as we can pick him up on.
I can see that.
Can you
from-
see it okay
Yes,
from there?
sir.
I didn't know if you would be able to. All right. Are you okay from
Yes, sir. I can see that.
shooting?
And I have it in front of me as well
Okay.
on my screen.
All right. If you would kind of point out, I guess, the major landmarks that are shown there in the diagram.
Yes, sir. So this top house here is Tommy Boswell's, as it was described to us. This resident here was a mobile home that was described as his mother's. This is the shed that we had information on right there. That's like a yard barn or an outbuilding. And then here is notated as what we described and what was described as a playhouse.
I don't know what happened.
Hold on a second.
It's like it lost your speed.
Judge, it's not connected.
You want to stick it
I
in?
was gonna say, if you'll just hand me the.
You gotta drag it up. That's stay up.
It did.
There you go.
You need me to disconnect the laptop, Judge? or-
This, I can
You can-
change it.
Okay. Zoom in and out. There you go.
Continue.
Yes, continue, please.
All right. So yes, right here, behind that shed or yard barn, if you will, was a playhouse, and it's noted Playhouse ROE. ROE is an acronym for us for Recovery of Evidence, which was the body of Evelyn Boswell. Up in the right-hand corner is my notes are like a key to this, which indicates the date, our case number, the location, and my signature with the date, notating that I was the one that drew this sketch.
Agent Fraley, you've got the driveway shown through the middle part of that diagram there. Was there any sort of gate or anything that, as far as being able to enter or exit the property?
I recall, I think there was a gate at the bottom from Muddy Creek Road to the driveway.
All right. Okay.
We don't need it. We don't need that.
Now, Agent Fraley, you identified an outbuilding that was there on the property. You had said that's where you went first.
That's correct.
Okay. And I guess tell us what you found or what you observed when you went to that outbuilding.
What was found there were multiple boxes of belongings of Megan Boswell that contained a variety of items specific to a young child. I recall there were clothing items, diapers, medicines, toys, those kind of things were the most common thing in those boxes.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to show you 3 photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
And so the first one is the yard barn or shed that was described and depicted in the sketch. The home there to the right was, our understanding, Tommy's mother. The second, that's the first one. The second one is the same yard barn or shed, except in this one it has a picture of the what we were describing as a playhouse behind it. And then the third and final one is a closer photograph of the yard barn or shed with those items I just described.
And those photos accurately show how that shed or outbuilding looked when you arrived there on March the 6th, 2020.
Yes, sir, it does.
Judge, we would move to make those the next exhibits, which I think are 7, 8, and 9.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Before we put it. How do you want to display those?
Well, I'll take another
Shot?
shot at trying to use the laptop.
General, which order did you want these pictures marked?
Whatever.
I want them, the way you describe them. First one, the yard barn with the home. Second one's the yard barn with the playhouse behind it. Third one's the close up to the yard barn behind it.
May I see those? Make sure you've got the. All right, Agent Fraley, I'm got up on the screen what's been introduced as Exhibit 7. If you would tell the jury what they're looking at.
So this is the yard barn or shed that I was describing. This was the home that was described to us as Tommy Boswell's mother. And then the items there that you can see with the open door inside of the shed or yard barn.
And next is Exhibit 8.
Yes, sir. Again, the yard barn with the door open, showing those items described. And this building here behind the yard barn is what I described and is notated on my sketch as the playhouse where Evelyn's body was recovered.
And next, Exhibit 9.
Yeah, again, that's just a closer photograph of the yard barn or shed with those items I described placed inside there.
All right. Did you participate in, or I guess, what did you all do with the items that were that you saw located in that outbuilding there?
Those were obviously photographed and documented as what they were processed.
All right. Did you participate in that process, or were you just?
Yeah, I think primarily the two inside there actually searching, going through the items was Special Agent David Gratz and Investigator Tracy Arras.
Was that the end of your investigation of what you did there on the property?
No, sir, it was not.
Okay. What did you all do next?
So we continued looking and led us to look inside the playhouse.
All right.
And we searched it.
And what did you find, if anything, upon looking in the playhouse?
There were, once the door was opened, right inside the door, as the opening of the door, was a trash can, like a tall kitchen model, common trash can, and 2 bags of trash beside of it.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to show you a number of photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
Yes, sir. The first one I'm reviewing is a standalone picture of what I described as the playhouse that was by. Okay. The second one is a closer, of the playhouse, a closer proximity with the door open. The third picture is the same thing with the door open. Third one is a closer photograph with the door open. It does depict, the third one depicts the trash can with the bags of trash, as does the second one depicting the trash can. The first one, the door was closed. The next one depicting an open door with the trash bags and the trash can. The next one, assorted items that were inside the playhouse, and they appeared at that time. They had been there longer than the trash can and trash bags. Again, picture from outside the playhouse looking in where the trash bag or the trash can was. And it's a closer picture that depicts a black trash bag in the top portion of the trash can. The next one is a picture of an area inside the playhouse that had this assorted items there that again appeared to be there for some time with dust and cobwebs on them. Next picture is another picture from right at the doorway. Again, the trash can, the trash bags. Again, another picture of the trash can with the trash bag, the trash bags. There's other items around these. I keep talking about the trash bags and the trash can because they were relevant to us because they looked like they had recently been put there. These other items had dust and cobwebs and looked like they'd been there for years undisturbed. The last photograph I have is this is my hand in the picture. It's pulling back. It's over the trash can with what appeared to be a leg and a foot of a baby or a baby doll. It appeared at the time with the fleece blanket and the purple onesie, the clothing that had been described to us by Megan Boswell.
When you made the observation that you made in you described in the last photograph, did you do anything else with the trash can prior to the medical examiner's office?
No, sir. At that time, we didn't. We stopped what we were doing. We'd found we'd found Evelyn, and we made phone calls. We had called the DA's office, advising them that we'd found her. We've called our chain of command, our supervisors, and the medical examiner's office, along with forensic pathology out of Johnson City, and waited till all those personnel arrived.
Okay. Agent Fraley, the photographs that you just described and identified, do they truly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it inside the Playhouse on March the 6th of 2020?
Yes, sir, it does.
Judge, we would move to introduce those as full exhibits at this time.
No objection.
There'll be full exhibits on them. You went so fast, I didn't write it all down. Start for 10. I don't know.
Ten through 19, Judge.
Okay. Judge, if I could, I'd like to publish those to the jury. All right. Agent Fraley, I'm going to start with Exhibit 10.
Yes,
You
sir.
would describe what the jury's looking at.
That's a playhouse that was located behind the yard barn.
And if we're looking at it that way, the outbuilding would be where?
The outbuilding yard barn shed is, as described, would be to the left, out of the picture back this way from the yard barn or from the playhouse.
And the door, as we're looking at it, that door was closed when you arrived.
Yes, sir. That's how we found it.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 11.
Same playhouse with the door open. And if you look inside the door right here, this white trash can is the trash can that I was describing as I was reviewing the photographs.
As you opened the door, was anything disturbed or moved, or, I mean, did anything shift?
No, sir. Nothing fell out onto you. As you can see, there's a front porch there. It was opened, and it is as it's seen. Obviously, trash cans kind of tilted where it is there, and the other items throughout the playhouse.
So the only difference between the prior photograph we looked at and this one is that you all have opened the door so that you could see inside. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 12.
Same, obviously, playhouse, just from a different angle. You can see the trash can there on the left, and those two, you can see the main portion of one bag and partial portion, excuse me, of a second trash bag, two white trash bags there. Obviously, other items, the blue tote, the brown piece of furniture, and other items there.
Now we're looking at Exhibit 13.
Yeah, again, there at the playhouse, just a closer angle or closer photograph right inside the door.
You mentioned earlier that it looked like or appeared to you that some of the items had been there for quite a while, and that some of them did not.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything in that photograph that indicates that to you or that you can see?
Yes, sir. So the trash can and the two bags appeared to me that they had been placed there recently. The other items, like I said, the blue tote, those other things, these right here, that cardboard box, these items back here on the shelf, they just look dated and like they'd been undisturbed for quite some time because, again, they had dust and cobwebs located throughout the playhouse, except for that portion right there, right at the front door.
Now I'll show you Exhibit 14.
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at there?
Same thing. That's right inside the playhouse to the right. If you just stuck your head into the playhouse from the doorway, this would be to the right. And again, these items you can see specifically on this bag here. Well, a lot of these things, it's just dust covered, indicating to me that it had been there a while.
Agent Fairley, are we actually, if you're looking at the lower right-hand corner of the photograph, is that the door frame right
This
there?
is the right-hand door frame with the clasp for a lock. So yeah, again, like I said, if you were standing outside, just peering inside, that's kind of the angle or the view that's depicted in this photograph.
All right. Now I'll show you Exhibit 15.
Yes, the trash can again, this is taken from outside the doorway. This is me here. So the photograph depicts me, and then inside here, and the trash can with the black trash bag unraveled at that point.
Had the trash bag been pulled up out of the trash can, or was that
Just kind of like the top was opened.
All right.
The trash bag remained in the trash can, but the top was opened.
Now showing you exhibit 16.
Again, looking inside, it was a very small playhouse. I don't recall the dimensions, but maybe 10 by 10, 12 by 12, small floor plan with that. And then those were steps leading up to like a little loft inside that playhouse. Again,
This is
Another-
exhibit 17.
Yes,
Sorry,
sir.
Go ahead.
again, just another photograph of the trash can and the two bags. There's a keyboard there, a piece of furniture. Again, the blue tote. Just multiple pictures of kind of like the same thing, same angle, same point of view. Just multiple pictures of that. Again, the trash can again.
This is exhibit 18. for
Yes,
the
sir.
record. Sorry.
Again, the trash can with the black trash bag inside the trash can, blue tote, other items there inside the playhouse.
Agent Fairley, there appears to be something on the inside of the white trash can. Were you able to?
Right
see
there. Right there.
Okay. What is that we're seeing or looking at?
I can't see clearly what that is. I don't know if there's another
Okay.
piece of trash bag. Or,
Okay. And exhibit 19.
Again, after this was that black trash bag portion had been pulled away, this was the next layer down inside the trash can, which contained Evelyn Boswell's body, clothed in a pink fleece onesie with penguins and a gray and white fleece blanket.
All right.
Watching the portion of the body that you see there is her leg.
Okay. Did you in any way disturb or move or do anything with the contents of the trash can?
No, the glove in the top portion of that is my hand, pulling that back to confirm and take a photograph. That was the only thing we disturbed,
Okay.
if you will,
All right.
to take the photograph. And then at that point we stopped and then made the appropriate phone calls to the medical examiner, forensic pathologist, our chain of command, and the DA's office.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So what happened after you made those phone calls as far as the investigation was concerned?
So after that, like I said, all these people arrive, and our concern is to process the evidence. We did so at the direction of the forensic pathologist. And so what was made was on that front porch of that playhouse, which was just right outside the doorway, was to place a body bag there on the front porch. Open, they unzip and they open. So we placed a body bag there, and I brought the trash can out, and we started removing the contents of the trash can onto the body bag that was opened.
All right. And did you participate in that process with folks from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir. It was Laura Parsons, who works with the forensic pathology, and Dr. Matrina Schmidt, who is the forensic pathologist there.
And so you actually helped them and assisted them in removing the body from the trash can?
Yes, sir. Like I said, the body bag was there, and I removed the contents and the body of Evelyn Boswell onto the body bag where we could start processing what was inside the trash can, which additional evidence was in addition to the body of Evelyn.
And was this whole entire process photographed?
Yes, sir, it was.
I mean, come on now. You got to see that baby, her leg. What is the excuse? What? How is she not guilty? I mean, where did they come up with that?
Agent Fraley, I'm going to hand you some photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
The first one is, as I just described, the body bag that's unzipped and placed on the front porch on top of paper. I think it was butcher paper we rolled out, but the first one is me removing the contents of the trash can, which included Evelyn's body. That's my arm in the top portion of that photograph. The second one continues that bag and the contents, Evelyn's body, being removed onto the body bag. The third one, the bag is out of the trash can at that point, and placed onto the body bag. The same contents, different angle, but it now has a evidence marker number 4 beside that. The trash bag and contents. Your Honor, if I need to slow down, I will. The next picture is the trash bag with me pulling back the trash bag, showing what's inside. That depicts a gray and white fleece blanket, and you can see where my hand is. It's a gloved hand. There's some aluminum foil there, evidence marker number 4. Again, a wide angle of the same thing once the trash bag has been removed. It's my hand there in the picture. It shows the body of Evelyn Boswell that's underneath these layers of items. That includes aluminum foil and the gray and white fleece blanket. You can also see some portion of the clothing. Evelyn was wearing the pink onesie fleece with the penguins. The next photograph is an opening of the trash bag that Evelyn was inside of, that shows different items in the bottom of that trash bag, eggshells, fluids of human decomposition, and other items. That's my hand in the top, my foot in the top portion of that photograph. The next photograph is again the same trash bag with the contents that I just described, with the body of Evelyn to the right of that. That's going to be her head and upper portion of her body that's wrapped in this aluminum foil. The next photograph is just the body, again in the same state, with the aluminum foil, the blanket, the onesie. However, in this one with some body fluids that have come out onto the body bag, but there are also some pupa, that is insects, basically in between a larvae stage and an adult stage that were inside the bag as well. That's common with human decomposition. Next picture, same description, same things with that evidence marker number 4. Next picture, different angle, same description, the body of Evelyn, the aluminum foil, the purple onesie with penguins clothing, evidence marker with the insects there. The next picture, we start removing the layers at the direction of the forensic pathologist, the doctor. And this next picture is us removing the aluminum foil that was wrapped tightly around the head of Evelyn. And this is shows my hands and Laura Parsons' hands, who works there at the forensic pathologist office. Next picture, same thing. We're continuing to remove the aluminum foil from her head. So this is the first picture that shows the head of Evelyn and her upper torso. And her head is in a backward position, situated abnormally, where the body had been shoved, that we believe down into the bottom of the trash can. Next picture is same picture, body of Evelyn with the aluminum foil removed, showing advanced decomposition, some body fluids there lying on the body bag. The next picture is a same picture, the body of Evelyn wrapped in this this fleece blanket with the purple onesie, just a different angle on the body bag. Next picture, same thing, a different angle. And then the next picture is where, again, is describing how we're processing this, is removing it a layer at a time. So this is a picture depicting the first part of removing the fleece blanket from Evelyn's body. And then the next picture, it's a black and white photograph with the fleece blanket removed and just showing the body of Evelyn, advanced decomposition. Again, the pupa there, which was numerous of the insect activity. And then a color photograph, the last photograph, same picture of Evelyn's body and the pink fleece onesie there on the body bag with human bodily fluids around her head area.
Agent Fraley, the photos that you just described, are they a true and accurate depiction of the process that you all went through
Yes, sir.
that night in removing Evelyn's body from the trash can?
Yes, sir. And the different stages of removing layers.
Judge, we would move to make those full exhibits this time.
Oh, Judge.
This first one, 20.
First was 20, I don't know what anything is. Are there going to be more serious things?
Yes. Well,
Count them.
yes. Yes.
38.
And Judge, I would ask at this time to publish those to the jury. I'll start with Exhibit 20. Agent Fraley, if you would describe for the jurors what they're seeing in this photograph.
So this is after we removed the trash can from inside the playhouse. Like I said, this is my arm, and it's the first stage of removing the contents of that trash can that included the body of Evelyn. Next picture
Now
is
looking at 21.
okay. This next picture is again the continuing process where the bag is almost removed from the trash can that contained the same items. That's my hand there, and the top portion of that, Laura Parsons' hand here, who's from the forensic pathologist department.
Now Exhibit 22.
Again, my hand and arm here with the contents of what was inside the trash can, same contents, the bag with containing Evelyn's body.
Exhibit 23.
This is the bag removed and placed. This is the body bag I explained with the evidence marker with me here in the background.
And at this point in time, the bag has been completely removed from the trash can.
Yes, sir, it has.
Now showing you Exhibit 24.
Yes, sir. That's my hand there, starting to remove or peel back that trash can or trash bag, and the first portion of removing that layer that shows again the fleece, the gray and white fleece blanket, and then over here you start to see the aluminum foil that had covered Evelyn's head.
All right. So just so the jury is orientated as far as the photograph is concerned, Evelyn's head, as you all found it, is in the left. As we're looking at the photograph on the left side.
As we're looking at this photograph, her head would be right underneath where my hand is, covered in this aluminum foil. It's still inside the bag at this point.
Now looking at Exhibit 25.
This is just the first photograph of Evelyn's body outside the trash bag. The trash bag has now been fully separated from Evelyn's body. Again, the evidence marker number 4. This is my hand here removing and holding the bag. This would be her head on this side of the photograph with her feet on this side of the photograph. Again, as I've described earlier, the head was wrapped in this aluminum foil.
All right. And just so we're clear for the record, when you're describing the head, that's as we're looking at the photograph, that's on the left side.
Yes, sir, on the left. If you can see that pointer, that's where that's at, but facing that that photograph, the head's on the left-hand side, the feet on the right-hand side.
Reconnect the judge.
It has, but it's just got your blue screen. It's not doing anything. Your laptop may have low battery. I don't know if it's plugged in.
So, Just use the Elmo, Judge.
Well, I mean, I've got the blue screen, but I don't know if it's, to me, it's just showing. You should see what I'm seeing on the thing. That wonderful thing.
I'm just gonna use the Elmo, Judge.
See, yeah, push it all the way. Push it all the way. This is 26.
This is 25, Judge. Okay. I believe we got disconnected, Agent Fraley. You were describing, looking at the photograph. Evelyn's head is to the left where the foil is. Is that correct?
That's correct. Looking as we're seeing it, the left here, this foil is her head, and down near the item marker number 4 is her feet.
Once you back it up, on the very top of the top.
Showing you Exhibit 26.
Yes, sir. My hand here. Another set of hands, Laura Parsons here. It's looking down into the trash bag that that Evelyn's body was pushed down into, and like I said, there is just assorted trash, eggshells, human decomposition fluids, and then on the right hand portion in the lower section here is that aluminum foil and the blanket with the body of Evelyn right there.
And that's right after you all had removed the body from the trash bag.
Yes, sir.
I'll show you Exhibit 27.
Again, a similar depiction of the last photograph, just it's a wider angle that's kind of showing the aluminum foil that's full, kind of formed around her head with the rest of her body there down to probably about her upper torso. Again, here talked about the aluminum foil head again, the rest of the body. Right here's what I'm describing as the insect activity of mid stages of pupa. That is basically in between the larvae section and the adult section of the insect typical as flies.
Now looking at Exhibit 29.
Again, just a different angle of Evelyn's body that's underneath these layers of aluminum foil, fleece blanket, down to her clothing, the purple fleece onesie with the penguins.
And at this point in time, you all have not removed any of the items from the body. Is that correct?
No, sir. No. Again, what we tried to do at the direction of the medical examiner and forensic pathologist was remove these in layers. As you see, that's each picture's best we could do is a layer, taking it through the trash can to the trash bag to the aluminum foil to the fleece blanket down to the purple onesie.
Now looking at Exhibit 30.
Again, this is kind of just stepping overhead, looking down. Same photograph, Evelyn's body with the foil and the fleece blanket and the evidence marker number 4.
Now, Exhibit 31.
That's the first, again, as I've described, taking this by layers. So this is us removing the aluminum foil from Evelyn's head.
And if you would, describe for the jury the processing. Was this a difficult process? Was it easy? How was the foil attached?
The foil was attached. It was compressed. It never occurred to me that when the body of Evelyn was placed or forced or shoved into this trash can, that this was a piece of foil that was just kind of put on there. This appeared to me to be formed around her head with the contours of the face, the eye sockets, how they're concave. This was formed. It wasn't just happened to be there and the body of Evelyn placed there and it just happened to meet up. It was formed.
So did it take you all a while to remove the foil from the body?
Not long, no. Like I said, once we got there, we Laura Parsons and I separated the layers, as you can see depicting in these photographs. And that's as far as we went. Once we got I think the next one will be the fleece blanket. But once we got to the body of Evelyn in her clothing, which was this purple fleece onesie with penguins on it, we stopped, and I'll continue at that point.
All right. I'm going to show you Exhibit 32.
Right. Again, this is just a next step, continuing removing that foil from Evelyn's head.
Okay. And at this point, it looks like you all have essentially removed all the foil.
Yeah. Yes,
around her
sir.
head.
Yeah. It's off of the head and being pulled away by Laura Parsons.
Now I'm going to show you 33.
Okay. Now this is a photograph of where we're at with the processing with the aluminum foil removed from her head. So this is her body with the next layer, which would have been that gray and white fleece blanket. Again, what I described earlier, this here appeared to us to be this fluid here was just bodily fluids of human, consistent with human decomposition.
It's somewhat kind of tough to tell because of the way it's spaced there, but is the blanket up there, is that around the head as well?
So the head is here. This is her right arm. She would be facing to the top portion of this picture, but her head was in a manner that it was backwards. It wasn't normal as I'm sitting here or you're sitting here. It was backwards, and that's hard to depict here. But her body in this photograph is facing to the top of the photograph with her head tilted backwards toward the bottom of the photograph. That's her right hand right there. That dark portion out of that fleece, that purple fleece onesie. And the color is very dark because of the advanced stages of human decomposition.
Now showing you Exhibit 34.
So again, this is the same stage in that, where this is on the other side of the body, this being the head, this being the hand I just described, the pink, purple onesie with penguins, and the gray and white fleece blanket.
All right. And again, from this angle, are we looking at the blanket there pulled up around the head?
Yes, sir. It's covering like it had been pulled up and over the head. So that is the head on the right-hand side of this photograph, with the feet on the left-hand side of this photograph.
Now showing you Exhibit 35.
This is, again, same Evelyn's head on the left this time. Her body facing to the top of this photograph and starting to remove the gray and white fleece blanket from her body.
Could you
This
tell
is
us-
her leg down here. That's like the foot in a onesie that has those treads so they have traction when they walk. So that's going to be her right foot and right leg on that.
And now showing you exhibit 36.
Again, that's the next picture of the removal from the of the fleece blanket, the gray and white fleece blanket with her body there. And you see, again, that's going to be her right arm there and her right hand right there.
Now showing you exhibit 37.
Yes, sir. This is a black and white photo, obviously. Her facing the top of the photograph. This is her right hand. Again, even though it's black and white, it's the consistent with the pictures you saw, the purple fleece onesie with the penguins. And this is her head to the right side of this picture.
As we're looking at that onesie, had it been disturbed, or does that show the onesie as you all?
That's as we finally remove the fleece blanket. That's the next layer as we found it.
Okay, so the onesie was open.
Yes.
And sorry, hold on a second. Now I'm going to show you exhibit number 38.
Again, this is the body of Evelyn. That's her head. There's her legs and feet. There's her right hand there on that body bag.
If we can, I'd like to go back. I'm going to show you exhibit 37 again.
Okay.
I don't know if it's
The black and white
yeah, it's
photograph.
black and white photograph. Which is, as we're looking at the photograph, where is Evelyn's face?
So this is her head on the right-hand side of this photograph. Her body is facing to the top of the photograph, so her face would be right in here on the back side of, kind of looking at the back of her head. Again, it's advanced decomposition.
And the fact that there was advanced decomposition, did that affect your all's ability to be able to, or how you were able to process the scene there?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, in conference and at the direction, the medical examiner, and the team from forensic center there. Once we got to this last picture of where we were at, the call was made, hey, we're going to stop here. We'll seal her body in the body bag, transport her to the forensic center for an autopsy at that point. And we continued processing the scene there for collecting the items. And we took those items to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, just where we had better lighting, better environment to log and process evidence items that were also discovered.
We're going to go from one set of photos to another set of photos.
Yes.
Just leave that thing.
Okay.
Because when you put it down, the electronic disconnects from the system. There's a lot. It'll be delayed.
Agent Fraley, you described the process of, I guess, taking the other items, the trash bags that you recovered from there, removing them from the scene and then taking them to the sheriff's office. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a series, I believe it's 6 photographs, and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
This first photograph is a picture looking over the top of the trash can, looking down in it. In the bottom of that, the most notable item is a Martha White chocolate chip wrapper with other items.
Was that the trash can the body was found in?
Yes, sir, it was. The next one is a photograph of the trash can with Evelyn still in it at this time. This was an earlier photograph taken prior to the removal of Evelyn in the trash can. What's important and noted here is a piece of chewing gum that is attached to the inside wall of the trash can. The next photograph is after I removed the trash can and the trash bags from inside the playhouse and just set them out on the porch of the playhouse prior to going through the pictures we just looked at, processing the removal of the layers leading to the body of Evelyn. Just another picture, trash can. Evelyn still remains in there. You also see the chewing gum on the inside wall of trash can there, and the other bags of trash. This next one is the 2 bags of trash that was removed from the playhouse with the trash can. Another angle of those 2 bags of trash that was removed from the playhouse there on the front porch of the playhouse.
So were there any other items besides those 2 bags of trash and the trash can that were taken out of the playhouse?
Not that I recall. It was all the trash bags and what remaining contents of the trash can.
Okay. The 6 photos that you just described and identified, do they true and accurately depict those items as you found them on
Yes, sir.
March the 6th, 2020?
Yes, sir, they do.
Judge, we would move to introduce those, I believe, exhibits 39 through 44.
Go, Judge. You full exhibits 39.
Not asked to publish those to the jury at this time, Judge. Agent Fraley, we're going to start with exhibit 39.
Yes, sir. Again, top view looking down into the trash can. And like I said, the most notable thing that's descriptive is a Martha White chocolate chip cookie bag.
Anything else in the trash can besides that on the bottom?
I mean, there's
Is that what was found when you removed the trash bag?
yeah. So once we removed the body of the trash bag that contained the body, this was in the bottom of that.
Now showing you exhibit 40.
Yes. Again, a top view again of the trash can that shows the fleece blanket and chewing gum there on the inside wall of the trash can.
And if you would just kind of point out or
I'm
use
sorry,
the laser
yeah.
pointer to show what.
Yeah. So this right here, it's a piece of chewing gum that was removed, collected as evidence, and sent to our crime lab. And again, there's that fleece blanket that we've been going through earlier.
All right. So that was taken before the body was removed from the.
Yes, sir.
now showing you Exhibit 41.
Again, this was prior to processing. This was just simply removing those items. That includes the trash can and these 2 trash bags from inside the playhouse. That's prior to laying out the body bag and removing the trash bag with Evelyn's body onto this front porch. But this is where that all of that was processed in the field prior to transporting Evelyn to the forensic center for autopsy, and prior to collecting, processing, bagging, and packaging the items, the other items, to go to our TBI lab for analysis. Again, same.
Exhibit 42.
Yes, sir. Same picture, or same items, just different angle. 2 trash bags, trash can.
And again, that was taken before you all had.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 43.
Just the 2 trash bags with the trash can out of the view of this particular photograph.
And finally, Exhibit 44.
Again, just a different angle of those 2 trash bags without the trash can in that photograph. And both of those are, like I said, we're on the front porch of the playhouse.
Okay. And those 2 trash bags, you all, when I say you all, I mean law enforcement took them and inventoried what was in there.
Yes, sir.
Later on, is that correct?
Yes, and any evidence that was collected that we believe to be probative was sent to our lab for examination.
Agent Fraley, I know you did and you've described a number of different things that you did in the course of this investigation. Did you personally interview Ms. Boswell during this whole process?
Yes, sir, I did.
And in the course of your interviews with her, at some point in time, did she make a statement to you in which she finally admitted that Evelyn, in fact, was not missing, but was in fact dead?
Yes, sir. On February 25th, at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Jonathan Licklauder and I interviewed Megan.
Okay. And at that time, she told you all that, in fact, Megan was deceased. Is that
Yes,
right?
she,
Okay.
that among other things as well.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
During that interview, did she describe or give any description of the clothing that Evelyn was wearing?
She did. Described a purple fleece onesie with penguins on it that she was clothed in.
Okay. Did you describe anything else that was with the body or with Evelyn?
Yes, she had stated she had wrapped her in a fleece, dark fleece blanket.
And how did you, I know we've seen pictures, but how did you find Evelyn? What was she wearing and what was
Those
she wrapped in?
exactly what Megan had described to us for the clothing and the blanket.
All right. Thank you, Agent Fraley. If you
Yes,
would
sir.
answer any questions, Mr. Scott or Mr.
Jury's watch is here, so we're on break. We'll be back about 1:15. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you go with the court officer.
I'll stand, please.
Be seated. Now, I've also got information that the witness that in question is out in the lobby. You want me to bring him in and give him a bond? Otherwise, he'll be in the custody of the sheriff. because the order didn't have a bond set.
I would prefer that. I'd also ask, we instruct him to talk to us before, I guess. Well, okay. I mean, otherwise I'll just ask that he be held without bond.
I don't care what you do with him, but I don't think it's supposed to purpose
Okay,
to
well, that's,
tell a witness to
No, I
talk
can't
to someone or not.
kill him. He has
that's
to talk
fine.
anyway.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll tell him.
You want it brought
I
in.
can tell him if he doesn't come back, and I don't come back, that he will be held.
Yeah, that's fine. And
Yeah, bring him in.
You want me to step down, Your Honor,
Yeah.
to provide this for him?
Come discuss the
Yes, sir.
rules of office. You can't discuss this with any other witness or allow them to discuss their. What's his name? I don't have the word.
Austin Feller.
Last name?
Feller, F-E.
Feller, Feller.
Okay, I honestly do not know what's going on right now in the courtroom, but this is what I want to say. Hold on. This is just more about, okay, this trial here. I want to tell the people I'm one that likes to share everything I get, okay? And it's too bad that I have to make a thing stating that, okay, I got a new, hold on.
With you in custody. I'm going to set $500 secure bond. We can make that through a bond company. You are a material witness in this case. What happens if you don't come back to court after you make that bond? And you are now instructed by this court that you will appear at this court no later than 9 a.m. every day except Sunday. And that includes Saturday. Until you are either called as a witness or released as a witness. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you fail to do that, and we have to come find you again, you'll be held in custody of the sheriff with no bond until the case is over. And that could take us about 3 weeks. That would be nowhere more.
Yes, Your Honor.
You need to be here back at 1:15 if you make that bond.
Yes, sir.
You're good. General, if you don't mind, now, close it there. If you don't mind, just sort of save the whole testimony. All right, we'll be back at 1:15.
Court stands in recess.
Okay. I think that was either, don't, okay, I could be wrong. I think it was either her brother or her ex-boyfriend. Don't quote me on that. Now, let me get back to Wade Wilson. Yes, I'm back to Wade Wilson. Okay, you cover cases that mean something to you. You cover cases that the people are interested in, because that's the way it goes. I have never, and ask my regular people who have been with me for 5-6 years, I have never had to do this or never dealt with crap like this, but I've been mass reported. Okay, I've already lost one channel because of these people. On TikTok, they gave me another strike. I got proof of all this, you people. And I have it. I can't do nothing on TikTok. So I'm not doing any Wade Wilson content no more on TikTok. I'm not doing it here on YouTube. Maybe a few things, but I'll do it on YouTube, but members only. Members only. And it's too bad I got to do this. And I'm so sorry for people. I'm sorry. I've never had to do things this way, ever. And like the stuff that I really want to not dig into, my wording's wrong. I'll do on Patreon, but I think I'll be safe with all the files, okay, with all the files on to go through. And what I'm going to start doing on Patreon, which I'm just learning Patreon, by the way, just putting all the documents I get over there. Yeah. And then go through them here on YouTube on members only. And I'm so sorry because that's not who I am. I give my shit away to people. Ooh, crap. I do. I give it. Ask anybody that I've worked with. Here, take it. Take it. You can have it. I don't care. No big deal, even though I pay for it. Okay? So I'm sad I have to do it this way. However, I want to say I appreciate every one of you. Every one of you. Just for being here with me. That's all that matters to me. And I feel I'm doing the things I'm doing. I'm doing it for the right reasons, and I'm actually not violating anything, but they keep coming up with new ridiculous terms of services now. It's the craziest thing I ever seen in my whole life. Like, okay, let me read the recent ones. I'm just going to read them. Hold on. Let me look at it. Shoot, let me look. All right, where is it? Here it is. Hateful behavior. Hateful behavior. Okay, the other one. This one is civility policy. Civility policy. What is that? I've never even heard of that before. Civility policy. And then another one, criminal organization. Hold on a minute. Let me look. Criminal organization thing. What it means, because there's a bunch of definitions to it, people. I mean, in the term of service, their rules is being a. Never mind. I'm not going to say it out loud because they'll give them more leverage. I'm not saying it. Never mind. But it's the craziest thing. I'm sorry. I'm just going through all this again. They were reporting me last night. They're reporting me today, and I've done had it with these people. Done. And the thing about it is, they're mass flagging you. This is insane. I've been dealing with this crap since last year. I've had it. Hi, Charlotte. You're back. I think that either was her ex-boyfriend or her brother. But it's been like 5 years. No, they're on break till 11:15. Oh, I'm sorry. That's where you're UK. So another 10 minutes. No, there isn't. And that's the sad thing, Melinda. Even if we wanted to, we don't know who's reporting because how they're doing it is just through the report button. They're not reporting certain things that have to do with them or copyright or anything like that. So they don't have to say who they are because they're cowards. That's what they are. That's why everything I do, I talk about it live. I'm trying to protect me and how I do things. And so they cannot lie on me, even though they are lying because they're going behind the scenes. And keep this in mind, Wade wives, keep this in mind here. All this information that us YouTubers get when we do these FOIA things, okay, because we've been doing this a long time. Because Wade ain't the only one, believe me. And you're not going to find out anything. Nope. You know what? You want to be all nosy and see what's going on? No, you ain't finding out nothing that I get. Nada. Nothing whatsoever. Why? Because you guys keep trying to take me down. You've already succeeded one time. You're not doing it again. Just saying. Just saying. I don't know because they keep changing the rules. It's different when if you're getting mass flagged from people. It's just it's a problem when you get mass flagged with a bunch of people. Okay, let's say 100 people plus are reporting me. Yeah, I know. I've never reported anybody. So I'm not understanding this. And how come you would want to do that? And how come you're watching me? Well, I know the certain ones for Jesse. Okay, certain ones for Jesse and Kelly with an I. And now these new ones I'm getting, I know they're the Brazil group. Okay, so I know how it's been done. Okay, how do I say this to make it right? Oh, Charlotte. Hey, Charlotte. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Yes. Thank you. I appreciate you. Okay, you guys. Here I know. Here I'm just going again. Okay. I know how people are reporting, right? Oh, let me take that down. I know how they're who's doing it and how they're going about it because I've been dealing with this since August. Since August, I've been dealing with this. So I know who's doing who and what. I really appreciate you. I'm on another rant. I have to. And I know you guys are fine to listen, right? And if you're not, just let me know. You know what? And that's the thing about me. I am so easygoing. Ask the peoples that have known me 5-6 years. If anybody wanted to talk to me, I am so easy to talk to. They could contact me privately. They could even come up in this chat and I would talk to them. I would, because you know what? They come on my videos, right? And let's see, on TikTok. And I'm grateful for anybody that watches any of my stuff. And if I give a heart to each person that leaves a comment on TikTok. Now on YouTube it gets weird because I don't always get a notification. But on TikTok I do. And even the Wade wives, are, whatever. And I just because they watch the video, I give it a heart. You know what I mean? I don't understand these people. You know what? You guys are going to lose all information you can get about him. Because let me tell you something. I'm seeing what you guys are doing in those private chats. And you know what I'm doing? I'm alerting other creators because I don't want them to go through what I'm going through. And look at what Melissa's going through. So there's 4 creators, 4, maybe 5 now creators they're coming after. Okay? And it's wrong. It's on both. On both. They just hit me hard on TikTok though yesterday. They got me good yesterday on TikTok. No, they can't handle the truth. They're making a big deal about the pictures. Oh my gosh. About the pictures. No, anything I do, Wade Wilson, honestly, do you know how many pills I've gone through? I can't even begin to tell you, people. I can't even. It gets frustrating. Every day I wake up and I'm like, okay, what do we got today coming at me? It's just frustrating. That's all. You just gotta, figure out how you're gonna do things. And that's the best solution I can come up with now. For me, when it has to do with Feather and Kelly with an I was exposing the money. And I started that in July. I said, follow the money, follow the money. Something's wrong with the money. Something's up with the money. That's what I was doing. And they did not like that. And I wasn't making them look good in a good light. Because starting June before his trial, I went through every charge he's ever had since 2011, I think it was, of his bad behavior and what he's done to women. And they didn't like how I was handling the jail calls. They didn't like my tone and my reporting. And the thing about it is, think about this, people. They are actually reporting their own words and how they act. Think about that. They're reporting on themselves. They don't think about it that way. But you know what? I'm just listening to your words. I'm watching what you're doing, and you're reporting on yourself. This last strike I just got from them, I didn't even talk, people. I didn't even talk. hmm I did a slideshow, and that's it, with music. How messed up is that? How messed up is that? I done had it. Done had it, people. So yeah. I thank you for being here. I think, see, when I was watching the trial here, I was getting emails again from TikTok. So I was dealing with TikTok. So yeah, anyways, and if I can help out other creators, I've been warning people. I've been warning people for a long time on what they're doing. Anybody have any comments or want to change the subject or whatever it may be? Anybody? Let's look at baby Evelyn. Look at that sweet little baby.
Don't forget, when we come back, we're all going to a concert from spring transition.
Evelyn. Hi. Mm. Mwah. Mwah.
You know, I wonder if Grandma still lives there. That is Grandma's trailer. That's the property that they lived on, where they just showed the shed and the playhouse. That's the trailer they lived in. Uh-oh, my phone is going off. Hold on. And you know, they're coming after MJ because she's got a huge platform and she can reach a lot of people. And they got a problem with that. I've been watching what they're writing about her. I will do all the way to Wilson behind. Yep, I got to. I didn't want to though. I didn't. CB, oh my God, they're coming after me again. Again. I can't take this. I can't take it no more. But if they want to see, yes. And I hate to do it that way. I do. Please, people, ask anybody that knows me. They will tell you. This is something totally new that I've done. So I can continue doing what I'm doing. And yeah. How are you, girl? I think, you know, that's the thing about it. How come I get flagged for my video stricken for a slideshow of pictures of him, but they can have pictures of him? How does that make sense? How does that make sense? They can have their pictures up of him, of this unaliver, two beautiful women and a woman abuser, but I can't? See? Makes no sense to me. Makes no sense. And I didn't even talk in the video. That's crazy. It was just music. Here, hold on, Misty. Let me show you. Misty, I'm going through it again. I done so had it. While I've been watching this trial, I've been dealing with TikTok. Yep, what I've been doing. Can't even sit here and watch a trial. Well, I got another, I just got an email from Florida Department of Corrections. My other FOIA I'm waiting on, what, mind you, I'm waiting for two. Well, actually, Lee County and then two, one of them have come up. And so right now I had to pay and they're getting everything ready. I put the link in. Hi, Tasha. I'm glad you're here. I will never leave you behind. You know that. They say MJ, no, she's not. She's just like beautiful. She don't need one. Yeah, they sure do, don't they? I don't even know how to use that stuff. So yeah, make that make sense, people. I can't do a slideshow of photos, but they can do a slideshow of photos. And I even put it in a pretty flowered frame, people. The video was in pretty flowers. Here, let me show you the video, as a matter of fact. This is a video that got taken down. That they got taken out. One of the many. Hold on a minute. Yeah, I know. I'll calm down here in a minute. I promise I will. Here we go. Now, you guys tell me if this was bad. Hold on a minute. The only difference is the music was different because it's TikTok.
I see her rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots and a sexy body full of tats. Baby's bad, oh baby's hella bad. After her there ain't no coming back. Wanna take a run at that? I think she's feeling me. Turn it up a few degrees. My imagination of her body gets the best of me. Oh gosh, she's such a tease. Bitten lips, bruised knees. I'm addicted to her, need her touching me. Cause she got a bad little waist. And we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase. Casamigos to the face, baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up.
Is that so bad? Is that so bad? Is that video bad, people? Not. No, it's not. It's only because they're mass. They're mass reporting me. Obviously, these people don't understand how true crime actually works. And when you're actually doing case studies, it's not where you just watch a trial. No, that ain't where you get your information. You find out about the people within the case. Okay? All right? You talk about what's within the files that you get. Okay? About incidents, people, the visitor log, blah blah blah, and the list goes on and on and on. Just wait until you get the you guys are in for a surprise when we get the jail calls, like the video calls. Yeah. I know. You know what's crazy though? Looking at what they're doing in these private chats though, and how they're talking and how they're threatening people, I'd be worried for my safety. Yes, yes, I would. And the names are, they make me so sad. They call me bad names. Don't watch me. That's all I gotta say. I'm only keeping an eye on you because of what you guys are doing to me and my friends. Okay? And the CO? What? Megan Boswell? I'm lost with Megs and the CO. Are you talking about corrections officer or what? I'm lost. Yeah, we are. Yep. Yeah, I don't know what she's talking about. I'm lost. I mean, it don't take much to lose me, but yeah. Here I've been talking. Here I've been on mute. How long have I been on mute? Can people please tell me how long I've been on mute? Oh my God. Have I been on mute this whole freaking time? See, sometimes I don't know why it does that. For 2 minutes. Oh, did I have a lot to say in 2 minutes? I'm telling you that much. Oh yeah, I was going on a rant. I was going on a rant. You guys, I don't go on rants like this all the time, but everything just has happened in the last few days, okay? Oh, a minute and a half? Okay, okay, okay. My last one here on YouTube was when I reviewed a phone call, Kelly with an I, okay? Won that appeal, by the way. Now the newest ones are from TikTok, and I'm not understanding it. None of it. I didn't know what you were talking about. Oh, this Megs. Yeah, the one that makes fun of Wade. Yes, I have seen that. And I know I didn't see she interviewed a CO. What else did I say? Oh, I can't remember. Oh, I don't I would not, even me, I would not report them. I won't report anything they do. How come they can have pictures of him out there and I can't have my slideshow? Make that make sense, people. Oh, interesting. Um, I've heard the last name. I recall the last name. But like I said again, people, listen up, wives. I'm saying this to be funny, but I'm going to say it out loud. I have names and phone numbers. However, I'm responsible with how I report, and I wouldn't want this to happen to me. I don't have to because it's public record, but I do for the moral part of it. Yeah, that's right. It was the CEO that worked. A CO? I need that TikTok. This is such a long. Why is this so long, this break? Shouldn't they be back? They will continue to harass you. I know they are. That's what they're doing. And you know, the thing about it is because they have a sick group that's sick in the head, and I say that respectfully, there actually has to be something wrong in the head to be acting like this about an unaliver. And all you're doing is reporting on it. That's it. That's it. That's all I'm doing. It is. Okay, you just let me know. It's easy. I'll do it for you. Oh, yeah, and I do more than just wait, believe it or not. But I'm waiting. I already got Nature Boys, and I'll put that up. I already got Nature Boy. If you guys know who Nature Boy is, I got his discipline reports, incident reports. Certain things he won't give me though. A lot of things actually. I tried to do Luigi. Okay, Pennsylvania, they suck. They said no. Even California said no. All I wanted was the report, his missing person report. No, no, they said no. The missing person unit. I got some coming from Michigan and some from Wisconsin. I'm not going to tell you the case, and in case they, come back and say no, no, because they do that a lot. People, they do it. They come back at you with no, no, no. Dishwasher YouTube channel. Okay. McGee was an inmate. Yeah, just do that. And yeah, just do that. And I'll have everything just come to you, but I'll fill out the paperwork or the documents, not paperwork. I don't know. They don't even know him. They haven't even talked to him. I don't understand it. Ah, I bet they didn't. Look at his behavior in there. And never mind. As soon as I know I'm going to say something I'm going to regret, people. I've been really good at catching myself. He worked there. Okay. Okay. Tish Washa. Hi, Bubbles. Thank you. You have to come in here listening to me rant, but hey, this is what I'm dealing with right now. Yes. That's what I'm dealing with. Let me shut this off. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome. Welcome. I bet they all hated him. Honestly. Look at his behavior in there. And see okay. What these people don't realize that like the anniversary of things within a case, we always talk about it. If there's something new that happens in the case, we talk about it. Let's say next year, like when their lives were taken, we talk about it. The day that the trial was happening, we'll talk about that. You know what I mean? Or if something comes up in the case, and we talk about it again. That's just the way it works. I want to find out why this is happening right now. Oh, they are on lunch break. Okay, let me go to a channel. Tish Washer YouTube. Hold on. I found it. We're gonna watch it. I found it. I found it. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Meg speaks to ex-prisoner, part 1 and part 2. Courtney's live. Okay. I'm seeing if there was a CO they talked to. I don't see nothing. No, I don't want to put somebody's kid on there. All right, I guess I gotta sub up here on YouTube and let's share this. We are going to listen what this says. Inmate, whatever. All right. Hold on, please. This here is Tish, and I have seen her videos on TikTok where she imitates Wade. Hold on, I gotta get headphones on. Sorry. Uh-oh, I got a new JK email. Wonder from who? Huh. Here we go. He's a CO? Oh, because it says here an ex-prisoner. Oh, did they? Oh, okay. Here we go. Let's hear what this person says.
Like nonstop.
So, question: how
Yeah.
did he have Cash App? Do you know?
I think someone was controlling it for him on the outside.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm not really sure how all that works.
Okay.
But I think he would just like make a phone call to whoever was controlling it, and then so what would happen is he was actually selling Suboxone strips and methamphetamine strips. They would soak meth.
Gosh.
Yeah, and so he was selling little pieces of them for like canteen. That's basically how you do it in there.
Wow.
And so he would take little pieces and get really high. But one time this dude
Hold on one second, Ian. Hold on one second. So I got someone in the chat. Warn him on words not to say.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Okay, so yeah, just try to censor a little bit the words just in case.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, continue. Sorry, I meant.
No, you're fine. So he would he basically would front out pieces of that to people, and he would make a phone call, and if the money hit in his Cash App, then they were good to go to buy pieces. And
Wow.
He did that to one of our friends, not really a friend, but acquaintances in there. And the dude never ended up paying him. And we walked by when we were supposed to be like mopping the area. He had a whole bucket of like dirty ass mop water, and he poured the whole thing and flooded his cell out completely.
The dude that was supposed to pay him.
Yeah, the dude, right, exactly.
Oh my gosh.
Flooded his whole cell out with freaking dirty mop water. But Wade was so nuts, he didn't even really care. He thought it was funny.
Oh my gosh, bro, that's insane.
He's a wacko. He would always he would yell my name when he knew I was coming on shift. He would yell my last name like, McGee, come here, bro.
Okay, this is not a prisoner. This is a CO. Ex-prisoner in jail. Okay, I'm really confused. Yeah, you got to push this join button unless you got an iPhone. I think iPhones, I don't know. Oh, is it? I don't know. I don't even know. I know nothing. Okay, let's listen to what this guy says.
And I basically watched him get all of his tattoos when he was in there. So I would come by and he would always have like different tattoos he was getting on his face.
Oh my God.
When he first came in, he didn't have those tattoos on his face.
Right.
So, you know what I mean? He's a big guy.
Yeah.
Like if you see him in person, he's a big dude. He's probably like, I think 6'5", 240.
Yeah. Yeah.
Something
And
like that. I'm not sure.
so
His
what
exact-
year was this?
This was 2021.
Okay.
And I had gone back for DUI in 2022, and he was there every time I would go there. So basically, he was wild. The COs hated him. Everybody hated him.
I'm sure. I can I can only imagine. Now was he like chunky? He was chunky, wasn't he?
Not really chunky. He was a big dude.
Okay. Because there was some pictures that just came out recently that he was like, he had, chunky, but I think that was in like
weight.
Yeah.
But, I wouldn't call it chunky. He was just a big, pretty good sized dude.
And then the tattoos. Now, did an inmate do them, I guess?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. There was another dude there too that was getting like the same tattoos as him, like the stitches on his face.
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
His name is Brandon. And I've talked to Brandon. Okay, there was an interview he did on a channel here on YouTube, but it didn't go so well for him. And so he will never talk again about his experience with Wade Wilson and about the tattoos. His mother came to me on Facebook and said to me that he has autism and he is slow. Yeah. That's what the mama said. The stepmom. See, I'm confused. It's got to be an inmate. It's got to be. Yeah, I'm so confused. But from the listening to it even more, because the guy goes, I came back in 2022 for DUI.
He was crazy. He was a master manipulator. I've never met someone like Wade Wilson.
Wow.
Like he was just, he was known in there as like, that dude. He was that dude. You know what I mean?
Really?
Yeah.
He kind of like ran. He kind of ran.
Well,
shit.
I mean, no, I wouldn't say ran it.
Yeah.
But, he was famous in there, basically.
Okay.
It's like the best way I could describe it.
Interesting. Wow.
But
and he was in general population, right?
No. He was locked down.
Oh.
No, he wasn't. He was in a cell by himself. He actually got a cellmate. Now, I don't know if this is true or not, but the rumors is that he, how do you say? I don't want to say the right word. Yes, exactly. That was one of the rumors. And so he wasn't allowed to have a cell.
It's not a rumor. There's documents that talk about it.
Cellmate after that happened. But he's known for being a little, he's known for having a little. No, I'm saying he's known for having some sugar in his tank too.
What does that mean?
Like he liked men and women.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah,
yes.
but he would try to hide that. He never, he wasn't open about it. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Because he had a tough guy persona that he would try to put on.
Right.
You could tell he was a scared little boy on the inside at the same time. It's hard to explain. I've never really met someone like this dude.
Interesting. Now, did he ever, admit to the people around him about the crimes that he did? Regarding the unalivings. Thank you guys for the roses.
I've heard he was pretty open about it.
Oh,
I mean, he you never really know what you're gonna get with Wade.
Right.
You know what I mean? There'd be times where he was hyper as hell, ADHD, and then there'd be times where he would seem super depressed, like not want to talk to anybody. But he had that type of personality that would draw people. He just that's the truth. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Did you ever see him get beat up?
I never saw him beat up. No.
Okay. Because there's been pictures coming out where he's been like beat up, but this was probably after you. When did you get out?
You know what I was thinking about that? Looking at those pictures of him beat up. I was reading, and I'll probably go through it again, incident report where he was beating himself up. He was banging his head on the door. He was hitting his head with an object. So I'm thinking, okay, if those are in those pictures are any kind of bruising, I think it was him doing it to himself. The title changed and said CO. Yeah, he talked about bringing the phone. Yeah, they do that. I mean, look at he had somebody on the outside bringing stuff, bringing narcotics to him from the outside. Super easy. A trustee is a trusted inmate that cleans outside the cells. Okay, here we go.
Well, okay, so I was on probation and caught a new charge, another DUI. So that's why I went back. And when you in Florida, if you're on probation and you catch another charge, there's no bond. You know what I mean? You're not getting out for at least a couple months.
Okay.
So the first time, 2021, and then I think I went back. I violated in 2022. But we would take a van from the main jail to drive all the way to Ortiz. We would do that 6 days out of the week. It's it was pretty crazy. He's a wild one for sure.
TikTok shop. Sorry.
No, you're good.
People keep saying say
Code word. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. So, all right. Questions in the chat. Do we have questions? I'm trying to think of some questions. Do you know, so you said a guy got the same stitches on his face. Do you know why the stitches are that's like a conspiracy? Do you know why the reason?
Why he did it too, or why people get that in general?
Why people get those in general? Yeah.
I think it's
okay. The reason why, the dude told me the reason why they did that is they're keeping their mouth shut. Not being a snitch. That's what the kid told me, Brandon.
It's just like the Joker.
Okay.
I think it's just the Joker thing. People think it's cool.
Okay. Yeah, there's a conspiracy that he got it because. So, did you hear why everyone thinks he's innocent?
No.
Why?
Okay, so people think he's innocent because he was part.
This poor girl is so excited that she's cutting off her own questions, or even cutting off her own comment back to him. That's funny.
Part of some big, corporation of human, and that he took the fall for the unaliving of these two women. Yeah. And,
it sounds like something he would make up for people to believe.
Yeah. Right. That's what I'm saying too. Yeah. And that the stitches are so that it shows that he's keeping his mouth shut, right? But okay, so
yeah, I mean that makes sense, but
yeah, but no, I don't believe it. He definitely did it. I definitely believe that. So knowing his personality, then you could definitely see him doing what he did.
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
I would not if they let that.
Hey, YouTube streets, how you doing? I tried to email you yesterday. Community post. Oh, you found this guy? For real. This is crazy. Do you see what they're doing to me? They're doing even more to me. They are. You won't believe the stuff they're getting me for. Stuff that they have out there. How come someone like me can get a strike for doing a slideshow of pics? I'm not even talking in it. I'm not even putting any words to it, but they can put stuff out their way, their pictures, but I can't. This is craziness. All right, let's go.
That dude out. That's the stupidest decision they've ever made because I don't have a doubt in my mind he would do the same thing again.
Absolutely. I mean, his dad. He told his dad that. I don't know if you've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Steve, yeah. Which we're cool with Papa Steve. He's always in the chat. I wish maybe not. Wish he was in here now, but yeah, he ain't coming out. Does anybody have questions for Ian?
Yeah. And the only thing I could think of is verified. You could look my name up like on the Lee County you know, the thing. I pop up and you could see the dates I'm in there with him, you know. But, you know, it's just, he's something, man, for sure.
Wow, that's
He would yell my name down the block out of his little cell. McGee, come here, bring me the phone, bro. I got you. You know.
yeah. So okay, so he would always have a tablet in confinement, right? Is that what it is? A tablet?
So I never saw him with the tablet. They do have tablets in there.
Okay.
I think they pass it around. Like when you're in the downtown jail, because it's downtown Fort Myers. So when you're in that part of the jail, it's called the fourth floor is what they call it. It's for when people get like murder charges, or I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but you know, those kind of charges. And the rules there are just a lot different than the rules at the core jail, which is the one on Ortiz Avenue in Fort Myers. So I think they passed around a tablet. Get people to give up their phone call so that he could get it. He would talk them into it, you know. That's just how he was. He can talk someone into anything. That's just his personality.
Yeah,
so he could stay on the phone with different women, you know.
Wow.
And he would gloat about it, and he just thought he was the shit.
Oh, I could definitely see that. Now, did you ever hear that horrendous laugh?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, super loud.
Was that like a thing amongst everybody that everyone would just be super annoyed?
100%. 100%. Like I said, the COs could not stand the guy. They hated him.
Oh my gosh.
They hated him. But at the same time, he got special treatment somehow. He did.
Wow.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
See, that's crazy.
Yeah, for sure.
Wow. Dude, that is actually like really cool. Thank you so much.
Yeah, for sure.
Talking to me. And yeah, I definitely believe you for sure. You know,
it's just funny because I got on TikTok. I made a TikTok account and I started seeing all these Wade Wilson videos come.
Okay. I lost my biggest channel. I'm on the verge of losing my TikTok. I just got another drop of records from Department of from the prison. I'm not sharing them no more. I'm one that didn't care and would just share, give it away. I'm like, hey, let me know. I'll send it to you. I'll give it to you. Not a problem. We're all about sharing information, right? Not now. They're taking everything of mine down. Everything. It's insane. I swear to God, I wake up every day wondering, what are they going to do? What are they going to do next? I know when they're Jesse and them. Now it's the Brazil group. This dude was on PC though. Oh. I'm looking him up right now, by the way, as we're watching this.
Coming out and I'm like, this freaking dude. Oh yeah, I know him. You know, and eventually yours popped up on my feed and I was like, that's hilarious. You killed it.
Yeah. So would you say that I impersonate him well? Like, is that?
Oh yeah. You do, of course.
Okay.
I mean, you see the followers talking about it, you know.
Right.
Yeah, you do it spot on for sure. I think the lefty one's funny too.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, his dad even said, because I've never seen, this guy talk or like laugh or anything. So I'm just making it all up, and the fact that, his dad even said that I remind him of Wade, which is crazy to me.
His dad spoke on that?
Yeah. He commented, he said that when he watches my TikToks, that it reminds him of his son, which is wild. Yeah, ain't that wild?
That is wild. And it's crazy because he could have been like an awesome person. He really could have. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when you look at it, it's like, wow, he could have been something. He could, you know what I mean? But he's just one of those people where the evil, took over him. And obviously, especially when he was on drugs.
Yeah.
But it's not even just that though. His personality when he's, sober is intense as well.
Yeah, I definitely think there was some sort of evil, that grabbed him, but I definitely, think that he could have been you know, a good
Yeah.
person. Like, you know what I mean? But
I mean, I think I saw good in him. I did.
okay.
I did see good in him at times. You know what I mean? Like you could tell there was a part of him that he had a good heart deep
Yeah.
down somewhere in there. Just in the small talkings I had with him, because we would chat, you know, just about whatever, you know, just about anything, girls, you know, and stuff like that. You could tell he was a decent person, at least at one point.
Right.
Yeah,
I think, you know, deep down, you know, and sometimes sometimes I feel a little bad for him. And I know I shouldn't. I know I shouldn't, you guys. But like, it's just in my like heart, you know, and then I know I shouldn't. But sometimes I just feel bad for a lot of people that
I know
make stupid choices. But I mean, have you heard the phone calls and stuff?
I've heard a few of them. Yeah.
I'm not trying to hate or anything. I know people. Okay, I know of people that never mind. I'm gonna just wait a minute before I say any more. I like some little sugar in this day. I know, right? That was funny. That other guy, I'm trying to find Ian. Didn't they say McGee? I can't find him in the Lee County thing.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's just his manipulation and like
Top tier.
yeah,
I
top
found
tier
him.
and
Top tier
it's
manipulator for
what
sure.
you said lines up exactly. So
Oh, that is him.
Yep.
oh, okay.
Anyways,
so-
yeah.
Okay. Well, last question. Anybody have one last question for Ian? Before we let him off? I appreciate you coming on, Ian. Thank
Yeah,
you so
for sure.
much.
Not a
that
problem.
was really, really cool.
For sure. When I get off, I'll follow you.
Okay, yeah, please give me a follow and hop in the chats. We'd love to talk to you.
All right, sounds good.
All right, Ian.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Yep, have a good one.
You too. All right, guys. Wow. Okay, thank you. Not today.
Okay. Oh, we're on part 2.
Thank you for the roses. Too. I wouldn't have known either.
Oops. How do we get on part 2? Sorry, guys. Sorry. Oh, because that's how it was loaded up. Okay, it was me. See, you're thinking you're going backwards, right? But yeah, this ain't. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna shut up.
Downtown, that's where he was housed because he was in like, it's called the 4th floor. It's like max security. It's where, you know what I mean, all the maximum security guys are housed. But oh my gosh, he was a nuisance, like big time. All the CEOs hated him.
Really?
Oh yeah. I used to bring the phone to him because the phone was on like a little rolling station. And everyone in the whole unit would get so pissed at him because he would try to hog the phone like constantly. And he would just stay on the phone all day. That was his thing. He was just always on the phone. And so there was times where, because it's just loud as hell in there. It's always banging and screaming. And there'd be times in there where, because right next to him, he had a chomo, like a child molester, in the cell next to him. And Wade would extort him for money, like tell him he's going to beat his ass, you know, things like that. And they would send him money. He was getting a lot of money through Cash App. People would send him money through Cash App, mostly girls.
Yeah,
you know? But there was one time, my buddy. Okay, so he was getting high when he was in lockup. He was getting high off of Suboxone. He would have girls send in like postcards.
Yeah.
And they would soak them in Suboxone strips.
What?
Yeah. You know what Suboxone is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they would.
What's going on here?
Soak Suboxone in postcards, mail it to him. He would get them, and then you would take like little pieces of the paper and stick them under your tongue, and that's how you would get like an opiate. You would get like an opiate high from it.
That's crazy.
This dude was always freaking high, like nonstop.
So, question: how did he have Cash App? Do you know?
I think someone was controlling it for him on the outside.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm not really sure how all that works.
Okay.
But I think he would just like make a phone call to whoever was controlling it, And then, so what would happen is he was
Okay, hold on a minute. I've been on mute, and I'm so freaking sorry because I've been here talking the whole time. Wade Wilson kept anything shut. Yeah, right. If you're still here, did you get my text? What did he say? I did try to email you. It came back, by the way. Which did I send it to yesterday? And it didn't go through for me. Let's see. The YouTube Street podcast. It said address not found. Just thought I'd let you know. All right, let's continue.
actually selling Suboxone strips and methamphetamine strips. They would soak meth.
Gosh.
Yeah. And so he was selling little pieces of them for like canteen. That's basically how you do it in there. And so he would take little pieces and get really high. But one time this dude
Hold on one second, Ian. Hold on 1 second. So I got someone in the chat. Warn him on words not to say.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so yeah, just try to censor a little bit the words just in case.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, continue. Sorry, I meant.
No, you're fine. So he would he basically would front out pieces of that to people, and he would make a phone call, and if the money hit in his Cash App, then they were good to go to buy pieces. And he did that to one of our friends, not really a friend, but acquaintances in there. And the dude never ended up paying him. And we walked by when we were supposed to be like mopping the area. He had a whole bucket of like dirty ass mop water, and he poured the whole thing and flooded his cell out completely.
The dude that was supposed to pay him.
Yeah, the dude. Right, exactly.
Oh my gosh.
Flooded his whole cell out with freaking dirty mop water. But Wade was so nuts, he didn't even really care. He thought it was funny.
Oh my gosh, bro, that's insane.
He's a wacko. He would always he would yell my name when he knew I was coming on shift. He would yell my last name like McGee, come here, bro. And I basically watched him get all of his tattoos when he was in there. So I would come by.
Okay, guys, there is no part 1 and part 2. It's the same one. It's the same one. I'm sorry. They just have it in here twice. So sorry. So sorry. It's YouTube Streets. That's how to search for them. No, I tried to email them yesterday, and it came back. I went with the email that they have on their YouTube Street page, and it's the YouTube Street podcast was the email that was on their YouTube Street page, and it says no such. So what was it? Address not found. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I'm confused. Okay, let's find something else here. I can't believe they're on break till 1:15. That's crazy, people. Let's see what's going on the internet. Let me go look. Is there anything you guys think we should watch? Anything? Anybody? Anything? I'm looking. Oh, you know what? Let's just watch this fool here. We were talking about Chomos. Hold on a minute. Where is it? Here he is. Okay, we're gonna watch this video I did. We were talking about cholos, remember? And that they're gonna let this chomo go, okay? Let's watch it. Are they Central or Eastern? They are Central. Okay, so this guy here, well, here, let's just listen to what I said. I've seen other people look at this too. Now, this man here, right? You see what he got charged with, right? He only got 5 years, right? He was up for parole and he got parole. But what's crazy, he has been doing stuff like this since 2007 that I can find. Hold on a minute. This is what he did back then. This is crazy. He pretended that he was a custodian at a school. As offender was never a custodian. December 3rd, 2007. An RSO who told police that he worked at a custodian at the Newfield Elementary School never worked a day for the public schools, says administrator. I am stating as an absolute, this person did not work for us. I mean, so back then he was 35. But okay, we're just gonna listen to this. I'm so disturbed about this, okay? The reason why is how the probation people were talking to him. The parole board, not probation.
I told you what I'm going to do. No. If y'all don't plan to take it, you're not the one sitting here wasting time.
So this parole board, they should be
Last
all
one, Mr.
fired.
Gordon.
Good morning. Good morning.
Okay, this
Good
guy.
morning, my name is Boswell Williams. Today
Never
is
mind.
Tuesday, December 31st, 2024. And this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Finance and Control. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Paul. Good morning.
All right.
Good morning.
Jeffrey Smith Palmieri. Panel member Barry, good morning.
Good
Please
morning,
state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Garino Maglore and 255-393.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a qualification for Garino Mabor 255-393. He is serving a sentence of 10 years execution suspended after 5 years with 10 years of probation for sexual assault of second degree. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 23rd, 2023. There is no victim input in this case. The inmate was heard by the board previously on December 13th, 2023. He was denied parole with a new hearing date set for December of 2024. The board recommended that the inmate transfer to a facility that's a sex offender program, complete voicing, and remain DR free. Since the last hearing, the offender has completed the following programs: voices and short-term sex offender program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score for his rating falls in the moderate range. There's also a static 99 score, which equals a 5, which stands for the moderate/high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you think you should suspend parole.
You can, do you have a statement for us, sir?
Yes, sir. I come here to speak to you, sir, and the ladies about how I feel and the reason that I'm here to for parole to see if I could be granted is because I'm very sympathetic about what I've done since I've been sitting for the 5 years in jail, almost 5 years in jail. I've went through my programs. I've done everything that they have asked me to do. I don't get into fights. I don't get into arguments. I try to stay humble. I read my Bible.
Listen to that. I don't get into fights. I don't bother no one. No, but you bother little kids. That's what you do. But you go after kids. These type of people never change. Ever, people, ever.
I did classes at Cheshire. I did carpentry at Cheshire. And I also has a job, a TMN job here that I've been doing also. I talk to my kids and stuff like that. They all missing me. My family miss me. They miss me for certain functions that I have not been around for. And then my nephews as well. And I feel so remorseful for the parent of the child that I made a mistake on. And I would wish to, if she ever hear from you guys, that to tell her that I apologize for that. At the time I wasn't thinking too well clearly, but since I've been in here and I learned about the sex behavior program and learn about the victims with the voices. That kind of gave me a clear mind to understand not to do the wrong from the bad. And that's the reason that I'm here to see.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to mute this, but I'm trying to give my opinion as we go through this. This makes me sick. Are you listening to his words? Now, what's even more disturbing is this parole board. This parole board all should be released, and there should be a new board in Connecticut. Okay? There's a problem out there in Connecticut.
If there's any way possible, God would bless you guys if you're able to allow me to go out to be with my family again. I can't say I promise that this not gonna happen, because that's not always a thing when you say, oh, I promise. No, I'm not gonna say I promise, but I will definitely try do my best to keep myself away from situations like that again.
All right, Mr. Meglior, we've read about your background, what you've accomplished since you've been in, what you've accomplished since the last hearing. We're going to ask some questions. We're going to discuss your case and give you a decision, okay?
Yes, sir.
So this is a rehear. They heard you the first time, and they wanted you to take the short-term treatment program for problem section behavior, right?
Yes, sir.
So what did you learn in that program that would be your risk factors in terms of reoffending? What are risk factors?
Risk factors for me was the relapse of being around certain friends that was not good out there with me. That's one of them that I learned not to be around, friends hanging out.
Oh, come on.
Being
Okay.
around, like.
Listen to this. Okay, breathe in, breathe out. People that do stuff like this to children, okay? I have a hard time with these type of cases. I'm sure, like many others, right? Because stuff happened to me. I was 4 years old. You don't forget it. You forget nothing. Nothing. You remember the smell in the room. You remember if the blinds are on, the colors of this and that. I'm not going to go into details, but the things that happened to me started at 4, and I am 54 years old. Okay. Now, he's blaming other people for his actions. And what's sick about this parole board, I know you guys are paying attention, but please pay attention. This is crazy. He had a 10-year sentence, and 5 years of that sentence was forgot about, whatever. So he's doing this 5-year, right? He did this also in 2007. Who knows what he did get caught at in between these times, right? He said he was custodian for the school. He was on the school grounds, elementary school. How sick is that? Okay, I'm going to calm down.
What friends?
Well, I have some friends like in Stanford, friends in New Haven and stuff like that that I've been around. They not really that good, like because all they do is like drink and hang out and don't really do much. So
Your problem is being around friends who are drinking. That means that you are.
Yes, I was before that.
So, and okay, so then what was another one of the risk factors?
And the other risk factors is when I'm with friends drinking, I don't my mind is not clear of thinking when that happens, and that allows me to make mistakes that I should not be making. But as far as me being here, like I said, for almost 4 to 5 years, I've been sober, and I've been sitting and thinking about it and beating myself down and remorsefulness of the victim and, in that daughter of hers.
So drinking's the problem because when you drink to the point of intoxication and you commit offenses like this, right?
Yes, when I drink, yes.
Right. Not really a mistake. It's not really a mistake. It's I drank and then I sexually offend, right? That's what happened, right?
Well, I don't drink, sir, to just go and sexually offend. That's not exactly.
No, but that's what happens. Do you see how this works?
Yeah.
If I drink, my inhibitions go down, my head gets messed up, and now I'm offended against somebody. You follow that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So then let's take a look at the medication.
Okay, this is what I think, and I agree. I think there's states that already do it. Anytime there's a crime that's involving children, anytime. Automatic felony. I don't care. And if you unalive one, you should be where Wade Wilson is. You know what? You just touch a child. I don't care. Look at a child wrong, whatever it may be, and you hurt that child. Yes, that's what I think. Because these people don't change. Because in my predicament, and there's been more than one, every daughter, every grandchild, sickness. It's a sickness, people. It's sick. They never change.
Mitigation when it comes to these risk factors. What are you going to do so that you don't drink and be around the people who are? What's the plan there?
Well, my plan, sir, is to continue being on my medication, which is working well for me, both of them, and to stay away from alcohol. That's really is my plan. I don't have no urges for it anymore since I've been inside, and really, I really don't want to touch it. I want people would tell me you know, you could drink a little wine. I'll say to them, nope, I'm not touching nothing. I don't want
So
anything.
let's take a look at that for a second. How often did you drink when you were in the community?
Most of the time, like maybe 3, 4, 5 days out of the week.
Okay, so you know that what goes on there is you are consuming alcohol to the point that you're offending, right? So do you think you're an alcoholic?
Well, I mean, I was an alcoholic, sir.
What do you think would happen if you took a drink now?
If I take a drink, it's gonna bring me back to the way I was before, and I don't want to go back to that route, sir.
So, right. So the thing is like I used to be, that's not a thing. Because if I drink now, I'm going to do what I did before. Because I heard what you said in the beginning. I can't promise that, right?
Yes, I did say that I can't promise not making a mistake. Because
you follow that, right? So if I drank, that's a risk factor. I could be reoffending, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So what do you do to take care of that? Have you gone to AA meetings at all?
Yes. Yes, I have done AA meeting in Cheshire when I was there like 3 years or so.
Are those helpful?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
So would you do that again when you go into the community?
Yes, I definitely would. I definitely would do that again.
It does a couple of things, right?
Yeah, it helps.
It helps you with not drinking.
Okay. I gotta shut this guy up. This guy, okay, if I was on parole, well, you know what? If I was on a parole board, I would say no. No matter what, I would say no. I don't care. I don't care how many programs you've done. Okay, this guy says he can't make any promises. They ask if he's going to do it again. He cannot give any promises. Okay? He doesn't think he's an alcoholic. He's calling it a mistake. It's not a mistake. Okay? You can't sit there and blame alcohol. And of course, you don't have the urge. You're locked up. Okay? Sorry, guys. Sorry. But listen, he's not giving the right answers. However, there would be no right answer for me. No, none.
Meetings out here aren't like meetings inside.
No.
Meetings out here, you find friends and people with common interests, one of which is they are all trying to not drink.
Yes. Yes,
right?
sir.
To live the sober lifestyle.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Does that
sir.
make sense?
Yes, it is. It really makes sense to me.
Do you think that would be something that you would do?
Yes, sir. I definitely want to do that. Yes, sir.
So, I mean, that's because both of those risk factors, right? The friends group you choose.
Yes.
And consuming alcohol gets us going down a road that
not supposed to go, sir. Yes, you're right. You're right.
Do you think there's any other things that you might want to do?
Yes, there's other things that I want to accomplish. I want to finish college. I was going to college for a while. I have grades in other how you call that other lessons and stuff that I needed to get done, that I have to go back and finish it so I can get that degree that I've been looking to get. And then also at the veterans groups and stuff that I go to, I usually mix in with the veterans, trying to help with certain things that they do. for,
What veterans groups do you participate with?
I had participated in, the behavioral, group at the vets. I had participated in, how you call it, it's like when you meditating, I have participated in a meditation group.
Yeah.
Um,
So is that at West Haven?
yes, the one that was in West Haven. But I think they're in Orange now. They're not down. They used to be down on the Post Road, like going into New Haven. But I heard they moved now up towards Orange more.
So that raises a question for me, because what you told the parole officers that you'd be interested in a halfway house in Hartford.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't you be interested in a halfway house in New Haven?
Well, I did put Hartford or Waterbury because those places also has the same facilities to help.
So you'd go to Newington. You'd go to Newington instead of West Haven.
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
I'm going to pass it on and see if any of the other board members have questions here. Board Member Barry, anything?
Thank you, Mr. Cole. So, Mr. Magalore, I had some issues, first of all, with the statement that you made. I can't promise that this is never going to happen again. That's very concerning to me as a board member, because while we know we want to make sure that this will never happen again. That's what we base our decisions on people who we believe will return to the community and be law-abiding, contributing members of our society. And for you to sit here and say that I can't make that promise, while I respect your being honest, I really struggle with that statement, because nobody else's child deserves to suffer through this ever again. And when my colleague talked to you about alcohol reducing your inhibitions, that is quite true. However, it lowers your inhibitions to a point where now you feel like it's okay for me to do these things that I was already thinking of prior to my being under the influence.
Can I tell you people, or do you people know that people on the parole board can be people like you and me? People like you and me. Anybody. Did you know that? Isn't that a scary thought? And I only say that because, let's say you studied for icky people like him, that type of stuff, right? I'm still struggling with my passive. I know. It's so bad, you guys. It's so bad. People don't realize it. I should be on a parole board too. I agree with you. I'm telling you, if I was on a parole board, none of them would get out. Nada. If they got 5 years, I'd make sure they got that 5 years, even though they deserve life.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you, sir?
Yes.
While this helps you go on to that next step, makes you think that it's okay for you to do, you already have those thoughts in your head about sexually offending. So it's really important that you get to the bottom of why you behave this way, and why when you drink alcohol, it makes it even worse. kind of thing is what I'm trying to tell you. And I also read, I read that you have a detainer and that you're going to be deported back to Haiti. And you told us that you're afraid of going back to Haiti because you're afraid that you're going to be killed.
Yes, ma'am, because I raised here in the United States since I came when I was 11 and a half going on 12 in 19.
Pay attention to this part, okay? Now, I'm not saying, okay, I feel if you are a criminal and you are here illegally, right? If you're doing these horrible crimes, okay? Like taking people's lives, taking children's innocence, right? Stuff like that. And again, you shouldn't be here, okay? Now listen to what this parole board says.
In 1984.
No, I understand that. But unfortunately, the person who's taking over our current administration, he's going to make sure that people like yourself are deported back. So it's really important, sir, that you try to at least get ahead of the curve because, you know, you will be returned. And I suggest that you get your affairs in order so that when you are over there, perhaps you can avoid some of that, you know, some of where you think you'll be assaulted or assassinated or but unless you have you started trying to fight your being deported?
Yes, I have, well, my son and I have a person that I give power of attorney to down in North Carolina is my daughter's aunt. She has power of attorney of over me right now. She's trying.
And what's going on with that? Has she started the paperwork already?
Yes, she had done the paperwork and she sent it to me. I already signed it and had it notarized and I sent it. Yeah, I sent it back.
So you don't have a new hearing date?
What happened?
You don't have a new hearing date to meet with the ICE
No,
people?
I haven't heard anything from them. I have not spoken to them, nor see them. My people's been trying to contact. They can't. They telling me something about wait till I go to the hearing date, but they have not given me any type of a hearing date.
It's unfortunate that, you know, I think that the moment that we say that you're going to be granted, or if we grant your discretionary parole, the process will begin. So,
but I really would appreciate. You know, I know that you say they're gonna send me back, but the reason that I'm saying that, I don't mind if you grant me, you know, the mistake that I've made before, and the reason that.
See, I'm just getting flustered with all this. They are caring more about his feelings, okay? And his mistake, right? Not this little child, right? There's been more than one child, by the way. And they're more worried about his rights as an illegal that's committing these crimes against children that are in America. This parole board should be fired. This video should go to Trump. Just saying.
so Mr. Magalore, I want to be perfectly clear. Wave your arm because of your the light went off in that room that you're in. I want to be perfectly clear. If we grant your discretionary parole today, you'll be transported to a halfway house where you'll wait for ICE to pick you up and you will be returned. You won't reunite with your family. That's not going to happen, sir. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yes.
So if we say we're going to vote you to parole today, that's what's going to happen. They're not going to give you time to fight a case. If the detainer is there, they're going to deport you.
Oh, so they're going to take me right back.
They're going to take you right back in a matter of days.
So even though the country is in turmoil the way it is,
that's not our concern. Fortunately, that's out of our control. Yeah. All right. I just wanted to, cross the T's and dot the I's because it is what it is.
Board Member Smith-Pelland.
I had no follow-up questions.
So where I am here is that the last hearing asked him to go do certain things, which he did. My exploring risk factors with him came down to concern over alcohol, which I am sure, based upon our training with the Center for the Treatment of Problem Sexual Behavior, is something that they handle. And they will certainly explore and come up with ways of mitigating those risk factors. Where I am in this case, I think he's done everything that we have asked of him, and I would support his parole today. Board Member Bear.
Sir Chair, I too would support his discretionary parole. He has done what the prior panel asked him to do, and I do believe that he has earned discretionary parole. However, given our discussion that I just had with him about his being deported, I think that if that's not something that he really wants to happen, that his being there in the facility is not what he wants to happen either. However, I think he'd have a better chance of fighting his
Okay, people,
detainer.
did you hear that? Did you hear that? They are protecting an RSO of children. Ongoing, this has been going on since 2007. 2007, this man has been hurting children. I know, look at me, I'm getting all emotional. 2007, he pretended, he says to law enforcement, he's a custodian on the school grounds, a little elementary school, okay? Who knows how many times, right? All they're worried about is getting him out before Trump goes so he don't get deported. I'm not understanding people. Why do we want these type of people here? So another child can get hurt? Right? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Is my feelings valid? Is my anger? It's anger. It's anger. I know, I have such a hard time with this. Because you know what happens, guys? I don't know if this happens with you. I can only talk about my situation for a very, very tiny short time. Because then I got to shut it all down. Because everything comes rushing through, right? But yeah, this should be sent to Trump's administration, right? And what these parole board people are saying, and these parole board people should lose their jobs. Sick. Just sick.
There, opposed to being sent out of the country and trying to get back. So
it's Connecticut, people. It's a Connecticut parole board, by the way. Just thought I'd put that out there.
Oh, while I do appreciate the strides that he's made to turn his life around, I would deny his discretionary parole today to give him a little more time to focus on that detainer. That's where I am.
Board Member Smith-Pelland.
This is an interesting discussion.
Right.
I can add a little bit to it.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So my take on this is that we parole them today because I don't think they can't elect the Speaker of the House. I don't think the Trump administration is going to be in a position in the next 30 days, which is what they'll hold him to deport him. So I think that having the judge in place that can hear what Mr. Magliore has to say in an unbiased way would be a good thing. And obviously the
Unbiased?
hold on.
Are you even thinking about that child? Are they even thinking about that baby? These people are sick. You know what I wonder about these type of people? Like I said, it could be anybody like us. I'm not disrespecting us, okay? I'm just saying. What if, allegedly, let's put this in your mind, let's say that man talking that is all for this, what if he's one of him? You ever think about that? When I'm listening to these group of people, that one lady had common sense. The other two don't. All they're worried about, they're worried about ICE. They're worried about ICE. But here this man has been messing with little kids since 2007. And here it is, 2024. This was in December, by the way. 2024. This man gets released. Can you believe that shit? I cannot believe it.
An ICE detainer is only 30 days, which means that if we parole him today, January 31st, the state is no longer obliged to hold somebody
Really?
past that date. Yes.
No, I was told 90 days.
No, it's
That
definitely,
changed?
it's definitely right on the detainer. The commitment's to hold for 30 days.
Oh,
So
you mean it's right? Okay.
rather than hold him until November, because I do agree in terms of things. I don't want to make less of what happened in this offense.
No, of course not.
But I don't want to wait for 11 months to pass.
Can I
for who knows what's going to happen.
Sir Chair, can I just recommend that we just take a brief recess just for a second so that we can check with the supervisor over the detainer piece, what is it? Interstate, yeah. So that we could just
Sure.
Just-
Why don't we do that?
Yeah.
I take a motion to have a brief recess. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Nay. I say nay. Now, let me tell you something. Okay, I could
We're
be
still,
I could be wrong. I'm sorry. I thought this was in September I watched this. I can't remember now. I'm sorry, guys. I tried to get everything right. Sick. It's sick. They're just Trump haters. You know what? I don't care who you voted for. That don't make you the person. You know what I mean? If I like you for you, not for your political views, right? However, when you commit these awful crimes against children, but you're more worried about ICE taking this man, and you're not caring about the little victim, that is a problem. That is a problem, Connecticut. Connecticut, parole and board. That is a problem. Carry on. Oh, you're still not there. Look at him. Look at him. Does anybody feel sorry for him? I don't feel sorry for him. No. He doesn't think he has a problem. He made a mistake. You guys, he made a mistake. And then he doesn't think he's an alcoholic either. He didn't even admit to that. Until that man, I think maybe is a man like him on the parole board, allegedly. No, we're gonna speed this up. We're gonna speed this up right now. There we go. It's coming. Now, let me finish. I forgot what I was saying. See, I get all carried away. I get all carried away. I wish I had, oh, yes, yes.
So, where we are, I have no alcohol consumption.
So I just want to put on the
Yeah.
record too, that I am also in favor of granting Mr. Magliori discretionary parole. He did complete the sex offender treatment program at the facility as the prior panel had asked. He did, there is a summary that says he participated.
Yep.
He got all he could out of the program.
Yes.
There are some intellectual deficiencies that they think, may have interfered with some of the treatment pieces, but they do think that he got all he could out of it, and there is no other treatment for him in this respect at the facility.
Right.
He did do the Voices program. He has no disciplinary reports in the entire time he's been there.
Right.
So I would be willing to grant discretionary parole.
And Sir, if I can just on the record as well, because I know that we took a brief recess because we were discussing what would be in the best interest of Mr. Magalore in terms of his detainer. And while we really didn't get any definitive information on what exactly is going to occur, I think that Mr. Magalore.
Okay, this is how I gotta cover these type of things. I just can't play video, right? I gotta talk. Even though it's my video, I gotta try to make sense of this. Well, my opinion on this whole thing, that Connecticut, you have a problem. He is not the only one you've let free, because I watch your parole board all the time, by the way, besides my own state. And they let people like this out all the time. All the time. It is crazy to me. And they're repeat offenders. Now, they're not talking about the victim. What's the main thing you hear about? ICE. That's all you're hearing about. Deportation. Whatever. What about the kids? What about the kids?
Lord would have the best opportunity to dispute these this immigration detainer if he is granted discretionary parole. So I would support discretionary parole as well.
As I would. I have no alcohol
shut up.
consumption.
Yes, sir.
Halfway house
God.
placement.
Thank you.
Halfway house
God.
placement.
Mhm.
Release the ICE detainer. Problem sexual behavior treatment.
Mhm.
No contact
Yes.
with minors without parole officer's permission, and no
Yes.
contact with SM.
I have, did you say no alcohol
Yes.
Yes,
and mental health evaluation?
I did. Keep it good.
I'm sorry, Parole Supervisor Brooks, I just want to administrative, so it's not. Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So mental health evaluation.
I do have that, yes, these are 3, so yes.
Okay. So how do you say your first name?
Garino, sir.
Okay.
Look 'em up,
In regard
people.
to Garino Magliore, 255-3953, move to grant parole on or after December 31st, 2024, with the following stipulations. No
Thank you.
alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment deemed necessary, release to ICE detainer, community-based.
Okay, I'm sorry. How sick is that? Because they also don't want to keep him locked up because there's nothing more they can do for him in there. No, how about he learns from this? Not that he learns, because they never do learn. They always reoffend. Obviously, this man has. It's gross, people. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. They don't even talk about the victim. Okay, I'm going to carry on with this nonsense in Connecticut.
Treatment for problem sexual behavior, for problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors without the parole officer's permission, and no contact with victim SM. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor will signify by saying aye.
Gross.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And Mr. Magliore has been voted to parole.
Thank you, thank you, thank
Oh
you
my
very much.
God.
I appreciate you. Thank you. I will not disappoint you again. I will not let this
Again,
happen.
did you hear that?
I cannot be in here no more.
Again, I won't disappoint you again. Sorry for my mistakes. All right. It was the other people I was hanging around with. They made me do these things to get those thoughts in my head. Yes, yes. 2007, he used to hang around the elementary school on the grounds, and he would tell people that came up to him that he was the custodian. This ain't the first time he's done this. It never is the first time.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
We
God bless
really,
you guys.
we really wish you, best of luck, and we certainly hope that you'll be able to stay and go through treatment. And
Yes, I will. I'm gonna do the best like I've done here. I'm gonna go do my best to understand what I've been doing wrong so I can correct that. I appreciate you. Thank you for the chance.
Best of luck.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, that was the Kinetic Parole Board. Yes, that is. And this ain't the first one that they've let go. And mind you, there's only 3 of them on this board. Any other parole board I watch, besides Connecticut, there's always 6 or more. Do you think there's a problem out there in Connecticut, people? I do. And all they worried about was Trump. I didn't hear about the child. Oh God, I gotta calm myself down, people. Yes, calm myself down. Uh-oh. Here we go. Perfect timing. Sorry, so sorry. Oh God, it just made me sick, people. Right. I was in court once, my house had been robbed, and the guy was sentenced anyways. He was sentenced to 10 years. Oh, wow. Hi, Miss Barbara. I know. It was hard watching that for the second time. Wow. Hi. Thank you. That is so awesome. Yes, thank you, 90. 90s era chick. I like that. Okay. There was a comment I was reading. Have you seen the prison in El Salvador? I should play a clip because that president out there, whatever he is willing to take prisoners, the icky ones, from here to there. Holy crap. Nobody wants to go there. That's where they're sending all the MS-13s, all the gang members. And people are having problems with it, saying it's inhumane. No, not when 70% of the crimes out there in El Salvador have the unalivings now. Yes, right? Yes, ain't that crazy? Like they don't get a blanket or nothing. They don't have a mattress to sleep on. I have mine turned up. So how can I sub and become a member? Too much money on support. No, you don't have to support me. I'm having a problem because I'm losing my channels because of the Wade Wilson case, because of all the reporting that they're doing on me, which is very unfair, But I'm getting more court documents, and I'm not going to share them no more, only on members, because they can't do anything on members only. Oh, is that how you do it? I don't even know. I don't even know. Oh, you did? Okay. Let me know who you want information from Missouri, and I'll work on that. Oh, is he? It is beautiful. People are celebrating out there now. They even had what they just had a Miss Universe there, I think, not too long ago. No, 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 no. They're not running me from anywhere. The appeals, I'm not winning my appeals. That's the problem. I am not winning my appeals, and it's a bunch of BS because I know I'm not breaking anything. What they're hitting me. They're mass reporting me. Okay, and they're making up new rules. Like, okay, they can get you for harassing and bullying, right? But then within that, it says ideology, the tone that you use. That's what's going on. And I'm trying to warn everybody so they can protect their channels. Oh, I don't know. Oh, geez, I have no idea. I know nothing about that. Yes, thank you. Yep. And I've been letting other channels know. I see the private group that they're in, and I know other have too, but I'm actually really keeping an eye on them to let other creators know, because other creators, I know that, hold on a minute, other creators, that's their income. That's how they feed their families most. And because these people want to support an unaliver because we have opinions and we're allowed to have it, but they want to silence us. Come on, you don't even know this guy. You've never talked to this guy. Don't you see? And then you think about this. What's wrong with these type of, they're dangerous also. I would say they're dangerous. If they think that supporting a person that you'll never meet or talk to. Obviously, they don't know how to read court documents because they haven't, because they don't know how to speak English. I know. I was in that chat. I felt really bad for her because I was talking to her on and off through that day. No, I'm shocked because look at people like, and I'm going to say it, Queen Bee's channel. Look at like Bullhorn Betty. Look at Molly Golightly. Look at, I can go on and on and on. These people, they go real life. They're going after parents of missing children, death threats. None of it makes sense. See what I mean? None of it makes sense. I don't know. Uh-oh, what's going on with her? Why is she going back? What's going on? What's going on?
Show your wallet some love by winning a share of $180,000 during the Love is in the Air drawings.
Sorry, I turned the ads off. Okay. We won't have that problem again. Okay, let me look through the chat here. What are we saying? What are we saying? You know what you do? If you got a problem with somebody, you come to them either privately or bring it to attention on your channel. right? Or have a conversation. Pretty simple, right? Oh, that's funny. Oh my God, that's funny. Yeah, you do. I don't know why you don't. You're really good at what you do. Scandalous. Scandalous. Yes. Scandalous. Yeah, I don't understand it. I don't know how. Think about this, people. There's a lady on here that's always threatening people's lives. She was suing people on the internet. She's got order protection from a missing family, the parents of a missing child, and she still has her YouTube channel? Explain that to me. Hey, Jenny, look at you. You go, girl. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, you just moved? Right? I'm so proud of you because I don't know how. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Mm-hmm. Sure is. I don't know how she still has her channel, especially when you got to order protection from the parents of a missing child and the grandparents. Makes no sense. Oh no. Oh boy. I'm sorry. That's your cat, right? So I do have to get membership with me being a wrenchy holder. I know, ain't that weird? You think you being a wrench, you don't have to. I can't really follow that case. I can't either. I quit following it when all the nonsense started. I couldn't handle it. I'm like, why? These people are sick. All these people do is try to bring you down, dig into your real life. It's sick. Who's out there now? Uh-oh. Who is in Nala? I'm talking to my dog. I thought Billy was your friend. What's your one cat's name? That one boy. Yeah, she's something else, ain't she? And she's been on TV and everything. You know what though? She's all proud of, being on those shows, but what they're doing, they're actually making fun of her. Well, look at, she still got a channel though, don't she? I figured once the parents of Sebastian got an order of protection, that her channel would have been gone. But maybe because it makes too much money for YouTube. I don't know. I'm just talking. They should. They should. Yes, Johnny Cash. My bad. I was gonna say Billy. What's his name? Achy breaky heart. What's his name? That's not Billy Joel. It's what's his name? Achy breaky heart. What's his name? I don't know. I'm not in the country, but yeah, making fun of her, but they're still, yeah, they are. Billy Ray Cyrus. There you go. There you go. They just need to stay off of YouTube. Stay away from YouTubers. That's what they need to do, every one of them. It ruins the case. Look at Summer Wells' case. Look what happened. But she learned her lesson in Quentin Simon's case. She sure did. They made new laws because of her. And I will say, even Jonathan and Olivia. I mean, look at in Florida, they got the law where you cannot protest on you can only protest, you can't protest in neighborhoods no more. You got to like go to public property. In your opinion, Billy Ray is not as tough as Johnny Cash. Okay. All right. All right. Billy Ray's looking kind of rough. I just seen a clip of him on stage. He's not looking good. Oh, is it her birthday today? Oh my gosh. Usually I know that. Oh, it's February 5th. I don't know. I got so much going on. That case is one I fear we will never. Nope. I don't think so either. The whole family, yes. Don't they? Except for Dolly. Why are we on a short break? What is going on here? Yeah. Do you know what I think happened this summer? I'm going to give my opinion real quick. Like, I think she was abducted. Sure do. Her parents had nothing to do with this. Because let me tell you something. They are not as smart to outsmart TBI, FBI, the Secret Service, Homeland Security. Come on now. I think he was lured out of his house. I think it has to do with the internet. Like he's playing games on the internet. That's what I think. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. And I would never accuse a parent until it was proven. They did not stop that, Tasha. Tasha, stop that. No, you can have your own opinion. That's okay. I don't. Why? Because of the barrel? Because of the red barrel? A sweet little baby girl. She was such a happy girl. She was always smiling in a pic. Well, we know that. Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, he was sick. You got a problem with that out there in Tennessee, out there in the country there on Ben Hill Road. Ben Hill Road is full of them. How many out there in Ben Hill Road? 62 or something like that out there in that neck of the woods. Huh. Well, never underestimate a criminal. Well said. Shoot, I went smooth on Don Wells. He was just as guilty as the tragedy events. He wasn't, and don't do nothing but exploit Summer and her brothers for their own gain. It's gross. I think 62. Yeah, children ones are tough. Nala, we don't do that. No. No. Stop it. I didn't follow anything with Gannon until, oh, you didn't follow, oh boy. You'll probably hear about me in that case. Just saying, you will. Okay. Why are we on break? He made the mistake of coming in. He did? Oh, wow. Yeah. I was in a I don't know what you would call it, a friendship type thing with Letitia, Gannon's stepmother, the one that was convicted of unaliving him so grossly. Interrupt me. Oh God, we sure did, but we don't know now because I don't have all my videos. I would say over 1,000 videos I had of Gannon. They're all gone. All of it. Yep. I've seen a lot of her antics. Yes. There we go. That's the word. And you know what? I always go with, innocent until proven guilty. But to be fair, on my part, right? When I listened to those calls, well, I had calls that I put out, but going back and listening to these calls last year, right? It was me on that phone talking to her, but it wasn't me. Because at that time, my parents were going through cancer treatment. Let me tell you, it was a tough lesson, a very tough lesson. I learned a lot. And I don't go off parents usually, but yep. Yes, I know. I lost your video. I lost your video of you going out there in Florida at the bridge. They took so much. These people don't realize all the good memories of helping families. Oh, from FedEx. No, they're gone. They're all gone. It worked out good though. It was a nice video. It was very like somber and it was kind of calming too. Yeah, I bet you do. Yeah, you brought a bunch of stuff to it. It is. No, they don't care no more. They're all immature. They actually don't actually see what kind of work you do. Sorry you got a different opinion than me, but it is what it is. That's Miss Barbara. Tasha, that's Miss Barbara. I used to follow someone in the prison generation who got her page back after a year of fighting. Isn't that something? Nala, no, we do not bark. Have you started getting any rain up that way? Yeah. No barking. Where'd it go?
Evelyn. Hi. Mm. Mwah. Mwah.
So there's that. Oh, I didn't know. I don't know. Let me tell you, just too many breaks. I can tell you that much. Isn't she just a precious little girl? Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's a bunch of crap. People that do that. Oh, I wish it was 86 here. We've had it's been like 20 below, 30 below. Oh god, it has sucked. I'd rather have snow than yes. Achy breaky heart. Achy breaky heart. 45 degrees. Me and Miss Barbara both from Missouri. Oh, I didn't know you're from Missouri. I'm hungry, but I have nothing to eat here. What am I going to do? We had 30s a few weeks ago. I'd rather have snow, actually. I always said, hurry up and take this girl down. There you go. Yeah, let's go. I'm game. Wouldn't that be fun? Oh my gosh. I don't know what's going on. First they got Megan out of there. I mean, come on, they just came back from break. They are wasting our precious time. What do you guys think of that that parole board hearing we just watched? There's another one I did too. Oh, it's too expensive. That's what I hear. Oh wow. I think palm trees are so cool. Dang right it was. Gross. The parole board in Connecticut should all be fired. Yep. They're not even worried about the victim. Only ICE, not the crime against children. No. I live in the Gulf. I live in the Gulf. Oh gosh, I'm tired. Oh my, really? Well, ain't that cool? Have you guys been seeing the nonsense going on in California? I know Charlotte has because Charlotte lives there, but she's been dealing with the fires. I know that much. But come on, I mean, California's got a problem out there anyways. Okay? That's where Kamala's from. So there's that. That's what they always do anymore. I know. It's gross. Huh. Do you? Do you know who I seen the other day? And I kind of miss her? Grandma. I seen Grandma because she had been since last year a Patreon member, because anybody can join it, right? And I did my first upload there of some court documents. I'm sorry. And she's like, I'm unsubscribing. I'm sorry for bothering you. I'm like, no, I'm sorry. I go and I miss you. Oh wow. I'm Ron about Sebastian Roger Jason. I'm going to rethink my entire I'm gonna rethink my entire life. That's funny. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's funny. You guys, come on, wasn't that funny? I got a Patreon, right? And I posted something on the Patreon, first time ever. And she was a sub on there. And she's like, I'm unsubscribing. Sorry for bothering you. Kind of funny. But I told her I missed her, so. But she shouldn't have acted up. Listen to me. She shouldn't have acted up that day. Listen to me. Ain't that mean? She shouldn't have acted up. Quoting the age, I got into the case way too deep. I had to step. Oh. Okay, I know what you're talking about. I do know. You know what I'm talking about, Miss Barbara, don't you? Oh, really? Because on my Patreon is where I can break rules. Like I can break rules. Like TikTok's got its own kind of rules, and YouTube at Patreon is its only thing, and we can watch like specials like Netflix, stuff like that, and I won't get in trouble. Oh, look at Megan. Hey, Megan. Hey, girl. Hey, girl. Hey. I told her I'm sorry and I miss her. That I was good. I was good. I was good, I promise. But she shouldn't have did what she did. Okay? Did you? Did I thank you? I sure hope I did. Finally. I mean, come on. People, we've been talking for 2.5 hours, but that's okay. It's been good conversation. You got Patreon? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. What are they going to do? Right? It's private. Who's going to tell? Right? I know I was good. Oh, okay. Here we go, people.
Scott, you handed me 4, 3, 4 cases.
4, I think. Figure it here. Judge, I handed you the unpublished case of State versus Brewer, and that case contains a pretty good explanation that it does cite to several published cases. If you go to, if the version you have of Brewer has a page 12 at the bottom, does it?
Yep.
If you go down to the last paragraph of page 12, it talks about 106 is a rule of timing then of admissibility, and talks about whether it's not immediately clear where it would admit the introduction of otherwise admissible hearsay. That paragraph goes on to state, though, however, it has long been the law in the state when a part of a confession or admission is entered into evidence, the defendant is entitled to have the jury consider the entire confession. That cites Curry versus State, 397 Southwest 2nd, 179 at 181. That's Tennessee Supreme Court, 1965. And Samblin v. State, 387 Southwest 2nd, 817 at page 820. And that's, again, Tennessee Supreme Court, 1965. And they go on in this case, they talk about when a confession is admissible, the whole of what the accused said upon the subject at the time of making the confession is admissible and should be taken together. If the prosecution failed to prove the whole statement, the accused is entitled to put into evidence all that was said to him or by him at the time which bears upon the subject of controversy, including exculpatory or self-serving declarations connected herewith. It is for the jury to say what weight shall be given to several parts of that statement. For they may well believe the part that which charges the prisoner and reject that which tends to exculpate him. And that's a direct quote from State versus Robinson, 622 Southwest 2nd, 62 at page 71, Tennessee Supreme Court, 1980. And in this case, in Brewer, the Court of Criminal Appeals goes on. This case is kind of almost on all fours the way I see it. The Rule 106 here in Brewer, the state examined on direct examination a witness about a statement. It did not put in a play that did put the physical statement in, nor did the officer read the statement verbatim. But they said the rule of fairness should allow you to place the whole statement in. And I think, Mr. Fraley was asked in this case, he was asked about taking a statement. I think he was asked a couple of times about taking a statement. And he was asked about her admitting that the child was dead. Well, certainly in a missing persons case, when you admit to the police that it's been shown and alleged that you're lying to, and Mr. Fraley, although the court granted an objection, said earlier that she was telling lies. And then when she fesses up and says the baby is dead, certainly the court should take that as a confession. And I think he was asked about the baby being dead, and the response was that the baby was dead, among other things. So that leaves that out there for the jury to be wondering what the other things are. That's my recollection. That's Mr. Horn's notes. Now, that's essentially my argument. I'll rely on the other cases I gave you, but I think that Brewer case gives the best explanation. Although it's an unpublished case, the cases it cites to certainly are published. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer those. If not, I'll yield to Mr. Harper.
Judge,
I mean,
would
come
agree
on.
with Mr. Scott. And I think the Brewer case
That's what-
is on point. I would disagree with him as to how he's reading it. However, one, I don't think anything about what I elicited was in any way a confession by Miss Boswell. And two, I would rewind a little bit from where Mr. Scott quoted on page 12 of the opinion, because the danger that we're trying to avoid here is misleading the jury by providing only inculpatory parts or parts that somehow make the defendant put the defendant in a bad light, and not putting forth the parts that are inculpatory or in some way would mislead the jury about the proof. And then the paragraph above where Mr. Scott quoted the rule of completeness that was explained by the Supreme Court, it talks about that the rule must do one of the following, and then it lists four things. One, explain already admitted proof. Two, place admitted proof in context. Three, avoid misleading the trier of fact. Or four, ensure a fair and impartial understanding of the already admitted proof. Well, what he's trying to elicit doesn't do any of that stuff.
See, that's my problem. My problem is I don't know what he's trying to do.
Well,
I've not been told yet.
All right, I guess I'll go ahead. I believe he's trying to elicit that what Miss Boswell told Agent Fraley was that her.
Step out.
And Mr. Scott can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe what he's trying to elicit is that Miss Boswell told Agent Fraley that Hunter Wood, the defendant's boyfriend, rolled over and killed the child. And that was what she told Agent Fraley at that time. I don't know how that corrects in any way his statement that she admitted the child was dead. I mean, if anything, that's the fact she was there is more inculpatory to elicit that than it is correcting any sort of misleading impression that might be out there as a result of what Agent Fraley's already testified to.
Are you satisfied that that's an accurate summary of what the proof is, or do I need to hear the whole 2 hours?
I would,
Because there's, in this case, I don't recall which one it is, but I read that one of the arguments was that the defendant on possibly the post-conviction case, there was argument that because the judge relied on summary of the proof instead of reviewing the entirety of the proof, that the judge couldn't make that decision.
I think, and Mr. Harper can correct me if I'm wrong, I think I'm generally satisfied with what he's saying, but she explained how the baby died, where the baby, or maybe not where the baby went, but I think that Hunter took it in that statement. Am I right about that? Yeah. She gives an explanation. And I guess what I'm trying to say right now is it's fundamentally unfair. And I think it does satisfy at least one or two of those things that Mr. Harper's talking about in the paragraph above from Brewer. Explains the already admitted proof and puts it in context. Well, right now you have a case where the jury's heard this TBI agent say, yes, she's lied and she's basically led us on wild goose chases, but she finally admits the baby's dead without putting in the full explanation of what she told them. And I think for the jury to hear that, there's no mention of anyone else in Mr. and Holt's put in. She tries to explain to him what happens, and I think it explains it, and it avoids misleading the trier of fact from the standpoint of the jury. You don't know what this proof is. Mr. Harper and me, Mr. Harper, Ms. Maskill, we know it. And I think you said that's where you're struggling. Well, you have,
Well, I mean, obviously it's where I'm struggling, because the test that the Tennessee Supreme Court is given to the trial judge is that it is an issue of fundamental fairness. It isn't an issue of one snippet of one statement misleads the jury. That's not the test. That's not the question. The question is it fundamentally unfair if I, as a trial, don't allow you to put in the entirety of the statement based on the very narrow, and I understand General Harper was being very careful and cautious in what he was asking. So what I think where we're at is that I'm going to have to, is it transcribed? Is it audio? Is it video?
It's 2 hours. I guess we could fast forward.
I think I've got a clip of just that portion.
Well, here's the other thing. If you want to give me just a clip, obviously it speeds it up today. But then if the jury ultimately convicts, then on post-conviction or during the appeal, the argument's going to be, oh, well, the judge didn't review the entirety of the statement. And therefore, he couldn't have made an appropriate determination. So here's where we're at. It's my opinion, and believe me, there's nobody in this courtroom that wants to keep this case moving. But it's my opinion that you're going to have to give me the audio, video, whatever it is, and I'm going to have to go back to chambers, and I'm going to have to review it. And then I can come out here and make a decision based on this law. I think that's where we're at. I don't want to send the jury away, but I'm not going to make them sit out here for 2 hours.
I think maybe you're going to have to. I mean, if I'd have known this was going to come up, if they'd have known, we'd have brought this up. But I don't think. But I do think the court needs to consider when you do this: is this a confession? Because those state Supreme Court cases that are cited in Brewer go back to 1965, and I don't think.
Well, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. And the last case that you gave me gives me this freedom. I'm not going to go back to 1965. I'm going to rely on the rules of evidence as they've been enacted in this state now for some time, and the cases that talk about the rules of evidence. 1965 predates our rules of evidence.
I understand that.
And even our Supreme Court in one of these cases says, look, the defendant in that case made arguments relying on the old cases. And the Supreme Court said, look, we're going to look at this under what the rules of evidence say, and that's where that's my story.
Okay. I want you to understand my position is this. I think the defendant under due process protections given to her by both the Tennessee Constitution, the federal Constitution, has a right to fundamental fairness. And I think those cases, that's what they're talking about, is fundamental fairness. So
okay, just sit there.
I'm not sure that there's a difference between if there's the rules of evidence provide for fundamental fairness. I understand what you're saying. Let's make that and if I'm wrong, I think we're on the same page at least.
Not much of anything at all. Still on the break. Or something was said out loud from a detective.
I'll
And
I'll
yeah.
comment about it when we get.
Yes, sir.
Where we're at right now is I'm going to have to bring the jury in. I'm gonna send them, since this is day one and they've not been to the hotel yet, I'm gonna go ahead and just send them to the hotel. I'm gonna have to listen to or watch.
It's video.
It's video.
And we may have the whole issue about whether I can see and hear what's being said. I've had another case where I had Sullivan County videos that I could not hear.
These are pretty clear, Judge. You should be able, there shouldn't be any problems.
So I need to bring the jury in. Lieutenant, so you know, I'm gonna go ahead and send them to the hotel.
Yes, sir.
Let them get settled in.
Yes, sir.
We'll start back on that point. But I need to go ahead and-
Your Honor, I think if you, did we not get in that other case,
I
those
got- I
statements
still
with the
got this.
Bluetooth,
I still got this.
did it work that way? Okay.
I had to think.
Are they really? I didn't know that.
One stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed lunch first. Second, we've got a legal issue that's come up that I have to do a little bit of research so I can come to the right conclusion. And it's going to slow us down a little bit. But since this is the first day of sequestration, I'm going to go ahead and have the officers take you to the hotel so you can get settled in. Your luggage should already be there. I think they've already told you all that. Then they'll take you out to dinner tonight to some undisclosed restaurant somewhere in the Tri-Cities. But before you go, I'm required by law to give you certain admonitions. One, you're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with this trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally submitted to the jury. You're to report promptly to this court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any member of the jury. You're also to report promptly to the court a juror's violation of any of these admonitions. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning this case. You're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in this trial. Okay? Now, we'll start back at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I will see you then.
One stand, please.
I have no idea what's going on. I didn't even know they're going to be sequestered. This is crazy. I want to be on jury duty. I would love it. Not be a sequestered though, no.
You may be seated. Thank you.
All right. So, y'all, we'll be in recess till 8:30 in the morning. I need y'all to get that statement to me, James.
Judge, may we approve? I'll get back to something else.
Oh, what's going on here? You're on recess till tomorrow morning? Okay, let's see what's going on. Anybody talking about it? Well, maybe they will talk about it later. Let's look. Court TV should know, right? Okay, Court TV has it. You can't talk unless you remember. I hate it when they do that. Does anybody know what's going on? I have no idea what's going on. I'm trying to find. Let me go to X. Let me go to X. Or maybe even Court TV will talk about it. No, they just said, see you tomorrow. All right. Hold on. Let's go to X. If anybody knows, put the link in the chat. I'll go there. Megan Boswell. Megan. It doesn't say anything. Nothing. Okay, here we go. Here we go, people. Court TV says, look at my sis. Hey, girl. Look at you go. Look at you go, girl. Yes. That's right. Thank you. Oh my God, thank you so much. I feel bad that I had to start doing this, but they're trying to take me down and it's just not right. Here, we're going to go to X. I got it pulled up. This is what's going on. Jury is being sent home or sent to the hotel for the evening. The state may have opened the door to the defense, bringing out in front of the jury that the defendant said her boyfriend rolled over on Evelyn and unalived her. Oh, what, he did? A 2-hour interview? What? Interesting. Who's this? Hmm. Well, there's that. There ain't more to it. Not anymore. Hold on a minute. Let me look at something here. What are you guys going to do today? Okay, he mentioned something. Oh, the defense said that in his opening statement. Yeah, it sure did. Is she back? I know you can't hear what the guy is saying anyways. I can't understand him. I mean, I hear him, but I don't understand it. Yeah, sure. Not a problem. Let me go. Let me go back. All right, and I can put the things on. Here we go. Let's see what happened. Oops. Sorry, I'm not showing it. Sorry. This is all we're getting where they're silent. This is it. Oh, are you talking about 10 minutes before lunch?
Foot in a onesie that has those treads, so they have traction when they walk. So that's going to be her right foot and right leg on that.
And now showing you exhibit 36.
Again, that's the next picture of the removal from the of the fleece blanket, the gray and white fleece blanket.
But you will hear there was concern. You know, they knew Megan. They thought they knew Megan, I should say. And so they wanted to trust that what she was telling them was the truth. But it wasn't, it was not the truth. So after December, what happens next? We have Christmas, New Year's. Where's Evelyn? There is no Evelyn. You will not see any proof that Evelyn was seen at Christmas, New Year's. Then we jump to January. The entire month of January 2020, 31 days. Where's Evelyn? There's no Evelyn. People are really starting to get concerned, and Megan Boswell continues to concoct stories of where Evelyn is to try to help people make sense so she can keep this going. The entire month of February 2020. Where's Evelyn? Again, at this point, family is really starting to get concerned that they have not seen Evelyn. And they're asking questions. Months pass. We're not talking about weeks. We are talking about over 2.5 months that Evelyn Boswell is missing. The defendant is not even just canceling her well visits. She's no-showing. She's just not showing up because she knows where Evelyn is. But again, even to the pediatrician's office, she has to concoct a story about forgetting the appointment maybe, or I got my days mixed up. Always a story. Always a story. So we know now, we did not know then, but we know now that from early December, Evelyn Boswell, even though it had not been reported, by Megan Boswell. Evelyn Boswell was a missing child from early December until almost the end of February. She was a missing child. And the only person who knew that, missing child, and the only person who knew that, the person who was entrusted to take care of her the most, is the only person who knew that Evelyn was actually missing. And she just left it unreported. Over 2 months later, finally, Megan Boswell's dad, Tommy Boswell, finally essentially puts an ultimatum down on his daughter and says, I'm tired of the stories. If you don't show me my grandchild by the next day, I'm essentially calling the police.
Okay, Tasha, what's this? I went to it. What is it? Defense outlines case. Are they talking about the evidence? So they're saying somebody else did it? Yeah, something happened. Something was said. And they're trying to find out where.
Well, Megan knew she could not do that, and she did not do that. And Tommy Boswell finally was the one to report Evelyn missing on February 18th of 2020. Finally, law enforcement gets involved, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation gets involved, the FBI gets involved, all hands on deck to find this missing child. She's finally reported missing. But it's important to note that it was not Megan Boswell that reported her child missing. Megan Boswell never reported her child missing. So you're going to hear from December of 2019 until February of 2020, when it's finally reported, that the defendant's biggest believable story, that really is probably what kept the family from reporting earlier, is she was saying that Evelyn was with her father, Ethan Perry. And you'll hear a lot about Ethan Perry, and you'll get to hear from Ethan Perry yourselves. Ethan Perry is actually not Evelyn's father, but Megan led him to believe that he was the father. And everyone, for all purposes, also believed Ethan Perry was the father. So to the family, they're like, well, that's good. He's stepping up. The father's stepping up. That's good. We're proud of him. And that is the story that Megan Boswell told mostly to her family, to her friends. You were going to hear a lot of testimony about her just telling everyone that Ethan Perry has gotten Evelyn. First, you'll hear that they're trading weeks, but doesn't make sense because people are still not seeing Evelyn. So then Megan took it one step further, where he took her to.
I think it was when they questioned detective. He said something about if the baby was alive or not. Oh man, really? Okay.
Gillen, who was an investigator at the time. We'd been working together for those weeks. We decided, let me back up, Mr. Boswell with the date, notating that. Yeah, I think primarily the two inside there actually searching, going through the items was.
Judge, we would move to introduce those as full exhibits at this time.
Okay.
Start for 10. Through 19
Judge, if I could, I'd like to publish those to the jury. All right, Agent Fraley, I'm going to start with Exhibit 10.
Yes, sir.
You would describe what the jury's looking at.
That's a playhouse that was located behind the yard barn.
And if we're looking at it that way, the outbuilding would be where?
Zip and they open. So eggshells, fluids of,
More serious things.
Yes. Well, yes.
Yes.
this was formed. It wasn't just happened to be there and the body of Evelyn placed there and it just happened to meet up. It was formed.
So did it take you all a while to remove the foil from the body?
Not long, no. Like I said, once we got there, Laura Parsons and I separated the layers, as you can see depicting in these photographs. And that's as far as we went. Once we got I think the next one will be the fleece blanket. But once we got to the body of Evelyn and her clothing, which was this purple fleece onesie with penguins on it, we stopped and I'll continue at that point.
All right. I'm going to show you Exhibit 32.
Right. Again, this is just a next step, continuing removing that foil from Evelyn's head.
Okay. And at this point, it looks like you all have essentially removed all the foil.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. It's off of the head and being pulled away by Laura Parsons.
Now I'm going to show you 33.
Okay. Now this is a photograph of where we're at with the processing with the aluminum foil removed from her head. So this is her body with the next layer, which would have been that gray and white fleece blanket. Again, what I described earlier, this here appeared to us to be this fluid here was just bodily fluids of human, consistent with human decomposition.
It's somewhat kind of tough to tell because of the way it's faced there, but is the blanket up there, is that around the head as well?
So the head is here. This is her right arm. She would be facing to the top portion of this picture, but her head was in a manner that it was backwards. It wasn't normal as I'm sitting here, you're sitting here. It was backwards, and that's hard to pick here. But her body in this photograph is facing to the top of the photograph with her head tilted backwards toward the bottom of the photograph. That's her right hand right there. That dark portion out of that fleece, that purple fleece onesie, and the color is very dark because of the advanced stages of human decomposition.
Now showing you Exhibit 34.
So again, this is the same stage in that, where this is on the other side of the body, this being the head, this being the hand I just described, the pink purple onesie with penguins, and the gray and white fleece blanket.
All right. And again, from this angle, are we looking at the blanket there pulled up around the head?
Yes, sir. It's covering like it had been pulled up and over the head. So that is the head on the right-hand side of this photograph with the feet on the left-hand side of this photograph.
Now showing you Exhibit 35.
This is, again, same Evelyn's head on the left this time. Her body facing to the top of this photograph and starting to remove the gray and white fleece blanket from her body. This is her leg down here. That's like the foot in a onesie that has those those treads, so they have traction when they walk. So that's going to be her right foot and right leg on that.
And now showing you Exhibit 36.
Again, that's the next picture of the removal from of the fleece blanket, the gray and white fleece blanket with her body there. And you see, again, it's going to be her right arm there and her right hand right there.
Now showing you.
You hear somebody crying there, huh? Okay, I found it. I rebound to where the defense was talking before the jury came in. He brought up State versus Brewer. Admissible hearsay. Okay. That's when you hear, oh, is that her? It sounded like her body was like instead of, like being folded down to her from her head. Okay, her head and to her toes. It sounds like it was backwards from her head to her toes. That's what it sounded like. Horrible. Is the officer mentioning taking Megan's statement where the officer said Megan was talking lies? Yeah. I don't care for her attorney anyways, just saying. The judge will go over the case. It was unpublished. Yes. Yes. And she had something down her throat too. I can't remember what they said. Was it foil or blanket? Shoved down her throat. Oh. Okay. Angel's probably. Oh, okay. Well, the jury's smart. They'll figure it out. I can't believe they're sequestered. That's crazy. 3 weeks? Up to 3 weeks? Come on now. Oh, no. I want to show you guys something. Here we go. We're going to stop that. See if I can find it. All right, here's a guy. Okay, let's talk about this. Since we're talking about people on parole and for their icky crimes. Hold on, I got to get my headphones on. Hold on. Can you guys hear me all right? Can you hear me? People, can you hear me? Oh, no. Hunter, roll over. Oh, okay. Ah, they sealed everything in this case. Oh, good, you can hear me. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Here is another person up for parole. Now listen to him. Let's listen to this guy. Okay, look at the title. It says up for parole. This is what happens in jail when they see your papers. Ready? You guys ready for this? Hold on, I gotta mute.
Sir, I'm going to read into the record, and you need to enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with the state to the violations, okay? Violation number 4, it was discovered that you had multiple social media accounts that did not have the required information, which is by law. For example, a Facebook account belonging to you was found under the name of Pinky McBliss. How do you plead?
Guilty with the statement.
Okay. And I also see you're in violation of number 10. You have no payments towards your supervision fees and are currently $1,008 in arrearage.
You make me laugh, Belinda. No, we've been talking about RSOs, right? And this is another video I did of a guy that he's not on parole, he's on probation. He violated his probation. In the title of my video, I said, this is what happens when they see your papers, when you're in jail. Let's listen. Let's listen. It's funny. This is just another sick chomo. That's all.
How do you plead?
Guilty with the statement.
Well, since we don't have anyone speaking in opposition or in favor, I'll go ahead and take your statement now.
Yes, ma'am. In response to the rule number 4 violation, that was an old Facebook account. All the accounts was old. I did regain access to the account to change and put the required information on there required by law the same day that I was told about them. And as far as the payments to the parole, it's hard getting a job as a sex offender. And I've been looking for work, and I've moved twice, and the registration fees in Orleans Parish is quite hefty. So my parole officer told me to worry about paying the registration fees out first, or end up back in jail.
Okay. I just have to ask, you look like you've been in an altercation.
Yes, ma'am. I got jumped Sunday, and I've got a broke nose. I'm gonna have surgery on my nose, and surgery, some like a plate put in. I got jumped. We went through my paperwork. I'm an inmate worker here at Orleans. I'm a trustee here. I've been a model inmate since I've been here, and I've seen mental health, put on mental health health medications, and I got jumped by 3 of them, 3 other inmates Sunday. They had went through my paperwork and found out that I was a sex offender, and took my story and so forth.
Okay. I'm over here. You know, did that lady just laugh? That is funny. Okay. Do you see what they do for RSOs? How they protect them at all costs? See, like I said, they found out his papers. Okay. Now, this is New Orleans. They don't play in New Orleans. Okay, let's get back to. I want to see if this parole lady was laughing, because I was. Okay, let's listen.
Some like a plate put in. I got jumped. We went through my paperwork. I'm an inmate worker here at Orleans. I'm a trustee here. I've been a model inmate since I've been here, and I've seen mental health, put on mental health health medications, and I got jumped by 3 of them. 3 other inmates Sunday. They had went to my paperwork and found out that I was a sex offender, and took my story and so forth.
Okay. While you were on parole supervision, you were released June of 2023. 7/17, you tested positive for drugs. 9/11, positive for meth. 12/11, you were sent to outpatient treatment. Did you complete outpatient treatment?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I've been sober since that last test. I was staying in a worse part of New Orleans. I was staying in New Orleans East. When I moved from there into a better part of New Orleans, I was able to get clean and sober and so forth.
See.
Yep, they all are. They all are.
So, in the report, it indicates that you actually tried to contact your victim of the sex offense.
Okay, with that that was an anonymous caller. I haven't spoke to my victim. When I was in jail in St. Tammany Parish, when I was still fighting charges, I called my ex-boss. This was back in like 2020 or 2021. When I called my ex-boss, Mike Clark, I answered it. When the phone picked up, it was my victim on the line, and I hung up. I haven't contacted.
Melinda, you know what happened? Court's done for the day. Oh, you're so funny. I'm confused. I've been here all day watching, then I come back from lunch and suddenly they stopped and I'm trying to figure out. Okay. Something to do with stuff that has to do with the law. Tasha said it best right here. Hold on, let me put it on the screen. Something the detective said. Where is it? Something about misleading the jury. See, Tasha's got it all figured out. That's what happened. So tomorrow, 8:30. So, of course, I'm going to be live tomorrow. Whenever there's a hearing that I'm following, I will be live. Now we're going to be doing a members only, and I will let you guys know ahead of time. Of course, you'll get the notification. Nobody else will. Oh, is that what you did? Okay, good. Good hearing. But what I will do is let you guys know, like in the community wall, because I'm just waiting now for them to redact whatever they need to redact. I paid, so I'm good there. Are you really? Oh my God. You are a wrench. What are you talking about? I employed the last month of see, I'm up to date on everything that's happening to him at the prison. Okay. Now I'm getting for the month of they're giving it to me from January 16th to the present on what's going on with him. Oh, you're not? Okay. And I got something coming from Lee County. I'm waiting on that. I have something coming from a case in Michigan, a high profile, and I have two things hopefully coming from Wisconsin of two high profile cases. So it's not just Wade I do, but yes, Wade has been the one I've been doing a lot of. Okay, let's listen to this RSO, this Chomo. Let's listen to all his excuses.
My victim, or heard my victim since 2015, actually reached out to Mike in here and, was going to say, hey, if you're still in contact with him, can you give him the right alert saying I haven't contacted him? I haven't contacted him, nor none of his family or anything like that. Like even when I was at the sheriff's department speaking with Officer Henry about this, when he gave me the warning, he asked me what my victim's name was, and when I told him it was Nathan Mitchell, he said, no, that's not the name that they give. So as far as that, like I don't contact my victim, like my life's a mess up enough because of this charge here. Got enough problems with.
Oh my God, was it a little boy? Oh my God.
With it, enough grief over it, and I've just, I don't want to, cause myself any more problems than what I already have in life.
Well, contrary to that statement, the agent indicated that.
Okay, I'm waiting for emails from August 1st to August 30th of 2024. That's what I'm working on. Well, it's whenever they decide to email you back, that's how it goes. I mean, I had stuff from last August, right? And then I didn't find out until December, where all of a sudden they said they didn't have what I wanted, which was a bunch of BS, because next thing you know, other people had. I'm like, wait a minute, they told me there was nothing of the kind, but whatever. That's how it works. It's whatever they decide.
Your Facebook was active and was last updated 7/8 of 2024. And so we're going to take the word of the agent, okay, because that's the person in law enforcement supervising you. Mr. Prater, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am. He knew better than that. That's all. I don't need any questions. Thanks.
Okay. Ms. Stapleton?
And just to piggyback on Mr. Ledoux here, it says you were told on 3 separate occasions, including prior to release and release and parole intake process. So you had 3 times that you were told.
But when I signed the
And the married sex offender, so you knew better, just like Mr. Prater said.
yes, ma'am. I did, like I said, it was an old account. Didn't have access to it. It was a picture was put on there, but like when they asked me about it, I mentioned, yeah, there's a Facebook account out there.
When you're
I don't mind, I've told.
You've been down the road, the expectations. And so, if no one else has any questions, I'm prepared to vote, and I vote to revoke you, Mr. Brewer, based on lack of compliance with parole condition number 4. Mr. Pro.
See? So his was revoked. Good job, New Orleans. They don't play out there. And look at, you got this man in Connecticut, okay? This criminal that is a repeat offender over and over and over. And all they're worried about is ICE. So good job, New Orleans.
Stapleton.
And I concur.
So today you have been revoked, sir.
Thank y'all. You have a great day. Bless y'all.
All right, so I do want to show this. Lance is an RSO. Okay, he goes by Lance Kyle Brewer, or LBX, or Pinky X. Verification date 6/26/2024. Carnal knowledge of a juvenile. So he lied. He's on the list. He's tier 1. He's a liar. He's been an offender since 2017. Lance, why are you lying to the parole board? Aren't they all just freaky looking? You can kind of tell. Well, no, I can't say that. You got a Discord. Maybe us, the people, should get a Discord to protect your guys' comments from the Wade Wilson people, because they're sick. I think I need a nap. Well, hold on a minute. I have to eat, and I don't know what I'm going to do.
Evelyn. Hi. Mwah. Mwah.
All right. So, what we'll do, we'll end this for now. I want to thank everybody who became members. I'm really grateful you did. I appreciate that. I appreciate anybody who watches my videos or is even here. And I'm sorry I have to do that member thing, but in order for me, because I've already paid for this stuff, right? I've been paying for this stuff. I mean, I don't care that I paid for it, but I'm paying for it. And if I'm unable to show you people, it makes me mad because these people keep giving me strikes. They keep reporting me, and it's just not right, and it's not fair. So let me tell you, Wade wives, being silly like that and reporting us people that are putting out information, legit information, Freedom of Information Act through our government, the America government, United States government. Okay, you're not going to know anything. Want to know why? Because you're taking down channels, and we have to do it other avenues. We got to figure out a different way to do it. And that's what we're doing. So yeah, there's that, Wade Wise. All right. Anyways, I love and appreciate you guys. And for sure, see you tomorrow morning. Goodbye. I got to go find something to eat.